Chapter 814. Whoosh, as Fan spoke, he stretched out his hand into the air. Whoosh, in the air, the scarlet chain that looked like a dancing blood snake flew toward Fan as if it had a mind of its own. Whoosh, one end of the scarlet chain was held in Fan's hand. The red-robed Fan smiled and gently squeezed the chain in his hand. Buzz, the scarlet chain let out a crisp sound, and the scarlet light suddenly burst forth. Chi! The dozens of thousand-year-old ghosts that were bound by the scarlet chain suddenly emitted black smoke and sizzled. The spirits let out tragic wails of agony. Ha ha ha! Fan turned his blood-red eyes towards the wailing spirits. He then laughed in a creepy mix of male and female voices. What do you think? Doesn't taste too bad, huh? If you have the ability, then kill us. The ghost spirit that killed Akatsuki was burned by the scarlet chain, and his face was distorted. Black smoke spread everywhere. He endured the pain and stared at Fan as he spoke fiercely. Kill you? Wouldn't that be too good for you? Fan said with a sinister smile as he activated the scarlet chain in his hand again. Buzz, the scarlet chain's light burst forth again. The ghostly spirits screamed and wailed incessantly. Come. I'll take you for a ride and relax. Fan laughed evilly and shook his arm, swinging the scarlet chain in his hand. He swung the crimson chain above his head in circles. Whoosh, whoosh, the scarlet chain, which was hundreds of feet long, whizzed and turned, forming a huge circular scarlet light screen. The whole scene was majestic and magnificent. Awug, the ghost wails echoed in the air, making one's scalp tingle. With Fan's swing, the scarlet chains tightened. The chains that were as hot as burning charcoal caused the spirits to suffer unspeakably, living a life worse than death. What are you talking about? I don't understand, huh? Fan laughed maniacally as he swung the huge scarlet chain. Shin Kong Iha, who was hovering in the distant sky, was so shocked that his pupils constricted and his face turned pale. After Fan changed his form, his cultivation and strength could no longer be described as rising in a straight line. If the previous Fan could be described as powerful, then the current him could only be described as terrifying, because the current him was like a completely different person compared to before. Before his transformation, Fan was handsome and cold, and his cultivation was shocking. However, he was still a human. After transforming into the demonic monarch form, Fan had black eyes, red hair, and red robes. His spiritual energy was berserk, and his personality was deranged. His cultivation was no longer shocking, but heaven-defying. He was no longer human. Instead, it was a devil, the demonic monarch. Dozens of thousand-year-old ghost spirits at the level of ghost immortals were easily toyed with in the palm of his hand. His strength was so strong that even a heavenly deity would not be able to defeat him. Shinkong had thought to himself. On the deck of Wuji, all the experts stood there motionlessly with pale faces. Fan's transformation and his domineering strength made them feel as if they were in a dream. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that the quiet, low-key, and cold Fan could become such a powerful and crazy demonic monarch. Sato Kawakai and the green-eyed child were sweating profusely, and their faces were pale. They wiped the sweat on their foreheads with their sleeves from time to time, and their hearts were beating wildly. To them, the previous Fan was already unfathomable, and his strength was shocking. Today, it was just the tip of the iceberg. With Fan's current state, he could kill them with a snap of his fingers or with a single glance. Chiao Yamamoto, who had been slapped by Fan with a bloody nose and a swollen face, stood there in a daze, as if he was a wooden chicken. Matsumoto Takeyoshi had a serious expression, not saying a word. Fan's demonic monarch strength had surprised him a bit. The heavenly demon's power and the heavenly tribulation's power, these two opposing powers had actually appeared on Fan's body at the same time. This made Matsumoto Takeyoshi think of the words Xietian had said to him in the past. This person was indeed the stumbling block between him and Xietian, the bane of their lives. The blue-clothed man looked at Yi Fan in the sky, without blinking with a calm expression. After he had been heavily injured by Yi Fan, he had been depressed and had lost all his face. Looking at it now, losing to Yi Fan was not shameful. This young man was the reincarnation of Eldritch. He was a natural-born expert. In the past, the 6 immortals of the heavenly realm were not this person's match. He was just a normal person. How could he be a mantis trying to stop a chariot and try to shake a tree? Losing to Yi Fan was not shameful. Rather, it was a kind of honor. They had both lost to Yi Fan, but the blue-clothed man's realm far surpassed the blue-clothed man and the blue-clothed man, Sato Kawakai. Shwa, high up in the sky, the demon Lord Tenmoni wearing the black jade robe and the monster lord wearing the white jade robe of Feishue appeared out of thin air. The two of them stood side by side, looking down. At this time, the two of them had already hidden their aura, spiritual energy, auspicious light, and figures. They were invisible without a trace and without making a sound. This is Brother Demon's ruler of the demon realm, the reincarnation of Eldritch. The white-clothed monster lord exclaimed after seeing Yi Fan, who was covered in blood flames and surrounded by thousands of blood rays. That's him, Tenmoni said with a frown. Everything was as he had predicted. At this time, Yi Fan was already the ruler of the demon realm in his full form. His spiritual energy is really complicated. The monster lord frowned and said, "So much energy is concentrated on him. This is really unprecedented." As the supreme ruler of the demon realm, the monster lord's cultivation was unimaginably high. He could see the type of spiritual energy and the distribution of energy in Yi Fan at a glance. The Xiantian secrets of extreme yang, the proud moon heavenly scripture of extreme yin and extreme evil chi of extreme yin and extreme evil chi of extreme evil chi of extreme yin and extreme evil chi of extreme evil chi of extreme 4 elements gathered in this person's body. In his sea of chi, the spiritual energy of the 2,000-year-old inner cores, one cold and one hot, intertwined and spun nonstop. In addition, Yi Fan's body also had a red spirit of the mountains and river and a golden, pure, yang spiritual energy. What made the monster lord feel even more incredulous was that in Yi Fan's spiritual altar, there was an essence soul that was exactly the same as Yi Fan's. Everything was as he had said. Yi Fan was too complicated. The red spirit of the mountains and river that he saw was obtained by Yi Fan from his wife, Fujiwara no Chico's family heirloom, spiritual jade blood phoenix. As for the golden, pure, yang spiritual energy, it was passed down to him by his sworn brother, Brother Kim, when Yi Fan first obtained his cultivation. If it wasn't complicated, he wouldn't be Eldritch, Tenmoni said solemnly as he looked at Yi Fan, who was having fun crazily below. Can't you use the power of the sea to recover? Come, I'll grant you your wish and let you play in the sea, haha. In midair, the crazed Yi Fan laughed maniacally. He moved his body and charged downwards. At the same time, he swung the scarlet chain in his hand downwards. Whoosh, a red shadow flashed, and the scarlet chain, which was dozens of feet long, fell from midair. Boom, boom, boom. There was a loud sound as the scarlet chain, which was binding the dozens of ghosts, smashed heavily onto the 2 netherworld ghost ships below. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 newly recovered netherworld ghost ships were smashed into pieces by the scarlet chain. White bones flew everywhere, and broken bones flew everywhere. Ouch, arg. The ghosts wailed and screamed in agony. They only had one wish now, and that was to die quickly. They did not want to endure such torment any longer. The ghosts had roamed the sea for thousands of years, and they had never wanted to die so badly before. Sorry, I'm new to this, and I accidentally missed. He. Let's try again, Yi Fan laughed evilly and raised the scarlet chain in the air again, and then swung it down again. Bang, bang, bang. The scarlet chain, which was dozens of feet long, hit the surface of the sea heavily. Bang, bang, bang. The water on the surface of the sea exploded, and huge waves rose to the sky. The water rushed up to the sky, and it was more than 1,000 feet high. "Come on, you guys can recover." "Ha ha!" Yifan laughed maniacally as he raised the scarlet chain again and swung it at the surface of the sea again. Yifan swung it back and forth more than 10 times. The entire sea surface was swung by Yifan's swings, and the waves were roaring loudly. The ghosts were being swung into the sea one moment, and then up into the air the next. It could be said that they had suffered enough and were suffering unspeakably. Logically speaking, as long as they fell into the sea, they could quickly absorb the souls of the creatures in the sea for their own use, and recover as before. But the premise was that they had to die, and they had to be unrestrained. Now that Yifan had bound them tightly with the demon spirit chain, and then tortured them in all kinds of ways, but did not kill them, how could they recover as before? At this moment, the scarlet chains had already twisted their bodies into grotesque shapes. Change for me to see, huh?" Yifan laughed maniacally as he swung the scarlet chain at the surface of the sea. The screams of the ghosts rose and fell, and the miserable cries shook the sky. Seeing Yifan go berserk, Tenmoni narrowed his eyes and prepared to stop Yifan. Yifan's mind was already in a deranged state. If he was not stopped, his mind would be completely occupied by the desire to kill. At that time, he would really become a demon. "Brother Guemu, hurry up, I'm a little tired of playing." Yifan waved the scarlet chain as he turned his head to look at Anamuki with his pair of bloody black eyes. He laughed evilly with a mix of male and female voices. Whoosh! As soon as Yifan finished speaking, the demon venerable beside Tenmoni immediately blocked Tenmoni with his hand. Tenmoni turned his head to look at the demon venerable. "Brother Mo, you heard what he said. He's waiting for his companions to think of a way." The demon venerable turned his head to look at Tenmoni and said, "He's not only focused on killing, which means that his mind is not as weak as we thought." The demon venerable's words made Tenmoni frown, and he was shocked. Chapter 8:15. The demon lord was right. Although Yifan had transformed into the form of the devil monarch, he was still conscious, and his spiritual altar was still there. This could be seen from what he said to the Onagiro. He could still be so clear-headed even after exerting the power of the heavenly demon to its fullest. Tenmoni did not expect this at all. Eldritch has the power to go through the tribulation, the spirit of heavenly thunder, and the support of the two spiritual powers of righteousness. His consciousness will not be easily taken over for the time being, the demon lord in his snow robe continued, unless he is willing to let the devil spirit control his spiritual altar, or he receives an extremely strong mental stimulation. Tenmoni looked down at Yifan, who had transformed into the form of the devil monarch in the sky below, and did not speak. "In my opinion, it's better for Big Brother not to intervene in this matter." The demon lord turned to Tenmoni and said, "Heaven must have its own arrangement for him to go through the tribulation of heavenly thunder. If Big Brother goes to stop him now, it's very likely that it will backfire and stimulate his true demonic nature. By then, what should Big Brother do? Kill him?" Tenmoni took a deep breath, and his expression became more dignified. "Speaking of which, these netherghouls are bloodthirsty by nature and torment living beings, causing them to be notorious in the ghost dimension a long time ago. That old fellow, the Ghost Lord, has always turned a blind eye to these netherghouls, turning a blind eye to them and allowing them to do whatever they want. This matter has long caused the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Today, heaven has used the devil monarch to get rid of them. This is also the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Karma is not good. For the devil monarch, this is considered a merit and a good thing." The demon lord continued to say to Tenmoni, "You mean I'm just going to ignore this matter and let him release the devil spirit without any scruples?" Tenmoni turned to look at the demon lord and asked. "Of course not." The demon venerable replied, "We can observe the demonic monarch's every move from here. If the demonic monarch's mind is still intact and he recovers after dealing with this matter, we'll all be happy and return home to finish the game. If the demonic monarch's devil spirit is still blazing and he acts crazily after dealing with the ghosts of a netherworld, It won't be too late for us to make a move then. What do you think, big brother? All right, we'll do as you say. After hearing the demon venerable's words, Tinmoni nodded slowly and said, the demon venerable's analysis was indeed reasonable. As far as Ifan was concerned, there was only merit in eliminating these nether ghosts who were tormenting the living beings of the world. There was no sin. Moreover, although Yi Fan's murderous aura was rising and his devil spirit had gone berserk, his mind was still clear and he was not controlled by the heavenly demon's murderous intent. Since that was the case, why should he stop him? Ever since Yi Fan had lost his wife, he had been depressed and depressed. This battle with the ghosts of the netherworld would allow him to release the evil fire and murderous intent that had been pent up in his heart. High up in the sky, Yi Fan was still torturing the ghosts of the netherworld. He first spun the blood-red chains in the air a few times, then threw the dizzy ghosts of the netherworld ghost ship down below. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises rang out on the surface of the sea. The water exploded, and white bones flew everywhere. The ghosts of the netherworld who were firmly bound to the blood-red chains were no longer howling in pain. Their netherworld ghost bodies had become very transparent, and the black smoke that had wrapped around their bodies had long dissipated without a trace. At this moment, they were only a step away from having their souls dissipated. Crash! Yi Fan shook the blood-red chains and brought the ghosts of the netherworld to his eyes. What's wrong? Can't hold on any longer? Yi Fan stared at the ghosts of the netherworld with his blood-red eyes and asked in a creepy mix of male and female voices. The ghosts of the netherworld were panting weakly. They had no spiritual energy, and their spirits were dispirited. Weren't you very energetic just now? What's wrong? You've lost your temper after playing around for a while? Yi Fan asked with a wicked smile as he picked up the ghost of the netherworld ghost that had killed Akatsuki. The ghost of the netherworld ghost slowly raised its head and glared fiercely at Yi Fan. Then it lowered its head again. Oh, you're still quite energetic, Yi Fan said as he grabbed the ghost of the netherworld ghost's hair and forced it to raise its head. Where's Hong Ji's soul? Hand it over. Yi Fan leaned his face closer to the ghost of the netherworld ghost and said with narrowed eyes. Ah! The ghost of the netherworld ghost, whose hair was being pulled by Yi Fan, raised its head high and stared at Yi Fan with disdain as it started to laugh strangely. You should just give up. The ghost of the netherworld ghost gritted its teeth and laughed sinisterly. That woman's soul, you can't find it, oh? Is that so? Yi Fan's lips curled up as he asked with a wicked smile. The ghost of the netherworld ghost snorted coldly as it closed its eyes and stopped talking. Since you won't give me Hong Ji's soul, then I can only find it myself. Yi Fan smiled with narrowed eyes. Hearing Yi Fan's words, the ghost of the netherworld ghost suddenly raised its head with a shocked expression. Buzz! As soon as Yi Fan's voice fell, two bright red lights shot out from his eyes and went straight between the ghost of the netherworld ghost's eyebrows. As soon as the red lights entered the ghost of the netherworld ghost's eyebrows, it instantly let out a tragic cry. At this moment, its entire head was illuminated by the two red lights that Yi Fan shot out, making it look like burning charcoal. Yi Fan whistled and then moved his eyes, slowly moving the two red lights down. Chi! The red lights went down the ghost of the netherworld ghost's neck. The ghost of the netherworld ghost screamed in pain as the scarlet chains rattled loudly. Ha! Found it! When the two red lights reached the ghost of the netherworld ghost's chest, Yi Fan opened his mouth and laughed. He retracted the two red lights from his eyes and then slowly raised his left hand. Buzz! Yi Fan's left hand glowed red, and a bloody light shot out in all directions. Seeing Yi Fan raise his hand, the ghost of the netherworld ghost's pupils instantly shrank. Whoosh! Yi Fan's right hand grabbed the ghost of the netherworld ghost's hair, and then his left hand, which was glowing with a bloody light, went straight for the ghost of the netherworld ghost's chest. Puff! A red light flashed, and Yi Fan's left hand went straight into the ghost of the netherworld ghost's chest. Ugh! The ghost of the netherworld ghost's eyes were wide open, and its mouth was agape. Its face was contorted, and it let out a gasping sound. Yifan's lips curled. He curled his fingers into a fist and slowly pulled his arm out of the ghost of the netherworld ghost's body. Buzz, as Yifan's arm was slowly pulled out of the ghost of the netherworld ghost's body, dozens of green lights shot out from the gaps of Yifan's bloody fist. Smack! Yifan casually swung his hand that was holding the ghost of the netherworld ghost's hair. Clang after the sound of the chains, the ghost of the netherworld ghost fell into the void. Its eyes were blank, and its body was twitching all over. Its body became even more transparent. In its chest, a fist-sized black hole could be seen. When the ghost of the netherworld ghost saw this, they trembled all over and did not even dare to breathe. The scarlet chains had already made them wish they were dead. If Yifan were to dig out another hole in their chests, the pain they would suffer would be unimaginable. Yifan slowly unfolded his fist. Buzz, as the green brilliance spread out, a dazzling 3-inch figure of light with flowing green light stood on Yifan's palm. This 3-inch glowing figure was none other than Akatsuki's primordial spirit. Seeing that Akatsuki's primordial spirit had been obtained, Yifan's eyes flashed and a smile appeared on his face. This scene shocked the devil and monster supremes who were high up in the sky. Yifan's smile was as pure and bright as a child's. Compared to just now, it was like a completely different person. Yifan, who was in his 100% devil monarch state, was able to show such a pure smile. This stunned the devil and monster supremes. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would definitely not have believed this scene. The monster supremes were tongue-tied and shocked. No wonder this person could transcend the heavenly lightning tribulation with his devil monarch body. This eldritch who was both good and evil really lived up to his name. A devil monarch with a bright smile. Who would believe this? Swoosh! Yifan gently raised the 3-inch glowing figure in his hand and slowly placed it in between his eyebrows. Buzz, the blood-red swastika in between Yifan's eyebrows suddenly shone brightly. Swoosh! The dazzling 3-inch glowing figure slowly flew up from Yifan's palm and slowly flew into Yifan's eyebrows. He had placed Akatsuki's primordial spirit into his own primordial spirit. Yifan had a reason for doing this. Akatsuki's primordial spirit had stayed in the ghost spirit body for a long time and was contaminated with a lot of violent chi. If it was not cleansed, even if Akatsuki was restored to her original state, she would become violent by nature. Because of this, Yifan had placed Akatsuki's primordial spirit in between his eyebrows and used his domineering primordial spirit to absorb the violent chi on it and completely cleanse it. Brother Yi, I've thought of a way. Just as Yifan had placed Akatsuki's primordial spirit in between his eyebrows, Onijiro's voice rang in Yifan's mind. What way? Yifan asked Onijiro with his thoughts. He now had the devil monarch's body, and his thoughts were incomparably strong. Of course, he could use his thoughts to answer Onijiro. There are 2 ways. Onijiro's voice rang out again. One is to use your yin-yang ghost seal to absorb them. However, this will only treat the symptoms and will not kill them. The other way is to move the netherworld ghost ships high up in the sky and completely separate them from the sea, then destroy them in the sky. The reason why the 7 ghost ships and the ghost spirits had undying bodies was because they were closely connected to the sea, which provided them with the opportunity to absorb souls. The ghost ships were the medium between the ghost spirits and the sea. Therefore, as long as the ghost ships were separated from the sea and directly destroyed, the ghost spirits' undying bodies would be completely destroyed. Use the second way. Yifan replied Onijiro with his thoughts. Actually, long before the battle, Yifan had already thought of using the yin-yang ghost seal to subdue the netherworld ghost spirits and was prepared to do so. However, when he found out that the ghost spirits could absorb the souls of the creatures in the sea, Yifan immediately dismissed the idea. Since they could absorb souls, they could naturally absorb yin spirit chi. And within the yin-yang ghost seal, there was an endless amount of yin spirit chi. If he absorbed them into the yin-yang ghost seal, the spirit beast Fire Kirin would be able to guard it. However, these ghost immortal-level ghost spirits experts would madly absorb yin spirit chi within the yin-yang ghost seal. This way, not only would the ghost spirit's cultivation not be weakened, but it would also skyrocket. Moreover, these ghost spirits were extremely vicious and evil. Their crimes were unforgivable and deserved to be killed. Chapter 8:16. When Onijiro's voice sounded in the minds of all the experts, all of them squinted their eyes at the same time. They had finally found the weakness of the netherworld ghouls. They could finally go to war. Whoosh, far away in the sky, two bright balls of light, one white and one black, flew toward them like shooting stars. The tail of light was 30 feet long. Within the light, the handsome Chiyao in a black robe, and Yamada Shingo in a white robe, and a veiled Yamada Shingo holding the bone-eroding sword and the air-shattering saber respectively broke through the sky. Behind the two of them, dozens of netherworld ghouls in black robes and black hats were following them closely with shining sabers in their hands. On the surface of the sea, 5 netherworld ghouls broke through the waves and made a comeback. After hearing Onijiro's plan to defeat the enemy in their minds, Chi Yao and Yamada Shingo, who were in a stalemate with the netherworld ghouls, were delighted. Then, they quickly turned around and returned directly. They wanted to gather all the netherworld ghouls in one place and then destroy them all. When Yifan in a blood-red robe and with blood-red eyes and black pupils appeared in front of them, the two of them couldn't help but gasp. At this time, Yifan's blood-red flames soared into the sky like a towering mountain. His blood-red hair flowed like a waterfall. The swastika written upside down between his eyebrows was flowing with blood-red light, shining brightly. In his hand, there was a dazzling scarlet chain that was dozens of feet long. Dozens of netherworld ghouls, who had no yin spirits and were on the verge of dissipating, were firmly bound by this huge scarlet chain and couldn't move. Demon King Chi Yao, who was in the black light, said word by word with a pale face. Ever since he knew that Yifan was the king of the demon realm, Chi Yao had always wanted to see how strong Yifan's demon king form was with his own eyes. He wanted to see if the rumors were true, and if he had unlimited power that could strengthen the opponent he met. Today, he finally got what he wanted and saw the full form of Yifan's demon king form. Heaven-defying power, endless murderous intent, terrifying aura, and crazy personality. To be able to toy with dozens of ghost immortal-level 1,000-year-old netherworld ghouls like grasshoppers, this was the strength of the Demon King. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Chi Yao's forehead. With Yifan's current power, he could kill him almost 100 times in an instant. Isho was a little regretful that he didn't stay here to watch the Demon King's domineering. Earlier on, he had only seen the sky filled with red light, loud noises, and surging waves. He had no idea that Yifan had already transformed into the Devil Monarch. Within the white brilliance, Shingo Yamada, whose clothes were as white as snow, had a grave expression on his face. Just now, when he was fighting with the ghost spirits in the distant airspace, he had felt a powerful spiritual pressure that he had never felt before appear in an instant. The strength of this spiritual pressure was something he had never seen before since he was born. At the same time that this spiritual pressure appeared, a boundless killing intent also appeared. The killing intent was so strong that even he felt a chill run down his spine. As soon as the spiritual pressure and killing intent appeared, he had already guessed who it was. Apart from Yifan, the monarch of the demon realm who had transcended the heavenly tribulation, who else had such ability? However, even though he had guessed correctly that the person releasing the powerful energy was Yifan, when he saw Yifan's demon monarch form with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked on the spot. Yifan was too powerful, so powerful that he was like a god. In all fairness, if Yifan wanted to kill him now, he would probably be instantly killed by Yifan before he could even draw his sword. Onijiro, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes and stood up from the void. Onagiro was not too shocked by Yi Fan's demon lord form. The reason was simple. Although he had been meditating with his eyes closed, the scene just now did not escape his eyes. His psychokinesis was so strong that even with his eyes closed, the scene would still appear in his mind. Phew! Onagiro, who had stood up, let out a long breath and said, "It's finally our turn to counterattack." As he spoke, he walked slowly to Chinkong Iha. Chinkong Iha turned to look at Onagiro and smiled without saying a word. Good, good, good. On the deck of Wuji, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said the word good 3 times in a row. When Onagiro was passing the message, he naturally didn't forget Matsumoto Takeyoshi. At this moment, Matsumoto Takeyoshi was inexplicably excited and emotional. It was their turn to attack now. Matsumoto Takeyoshi put away the binoculars in his hand, turned around, and said loudly to the experts, "Experts, listen to my command." Whoosh! All the experts lowered their heads in unison, and their actions were in perfect synchronization. Everyone attack. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Matsumoto Takeyoshi gave the order to the experts. Yes, the experts were all excited and replied in unison. Just now, they had been watching others fight, but they didn't have a chance to use their skills. This made them angry. Now that Onagiro had found a way to kill the hell spirits, they had to show their skills. Buzz! The moment Matsumoto Takeyoshi gave the order to attack, the experts began to circulate their spiritual energy. The green flame of the green-eyed boy, the blue flame of Sato Kawaki, the gray flame of Kamehameha, and the purple flame of Funakoshi Shinichi. All the experts released their spiritual energy and shot up into the sky. Attack! Matsumoto Takeyoshi shouted. Tung! 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 The experts used their spiritual energy and shot up into the sky from the deck of the battleship. All kinds of colorful lights shot up into the sky like a meteor shower. Only Matsumoto Takeyoshi and a few hundred ninjas were left on the deck of the battleship. Pass down my orders. Turn the Wuji around and head towards the Netherworld ghost ship at full speed. Matsumoto Takeyoshi, whose gray robes fluttered in the wind, ordered. All the experts were already in the battle. He wanted to use the cannons on the battleship to support them. Yes. One of the ninjas bowed to Matsumoto Takeyoshi and left him make the necessary arrangements. Hell spirits, today, I will turn all of you into hell spirits. Matsumoto Takeyoshi gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Swoosh! Swoosh! With a flash of light, the black-robed Chiyao and the white-robed Yamada Shingo appeared beside Onaji-Lang and Kazuko Koizumi. The 4 of them stood side by side and faced the dozens of hell spirits. Swoosh! 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 The group of ghost spirits experts who were chasing after them instantly stopped in the air less than 300 feet away from the 4 of them. The hell spirits in black robes and black hats stood in a straight line in the air. Each of them held a sword in their hands and stared at the 4 of them with their black eyes. Their eyes were hollow, and their faces were ferocious. This time, we'll be able to make a comeback, the Chi-Yao with the bow and eroding sword said with narrowed eyes. You guys can rest now. It's our turn. Swoosh! 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 As Kamehameha's voice came from behind, more than 10 lights appeared beside the 4 of them. All the experts had gathered. Even the man in green who had yet to recover from his injuries, and Chiyao Yamamoto who had been beaten black and blue by Yi Fan, were among them. More than 10 experts stood in a straight line in the air, their robes fluttering in the wind. You guys are not too late, Chiyao said with a smile. At this moment, the 2 sides were facing each other in the air, and their morale was high. On one side were dozens of 1,000-year-old hell spirits at the level of ghost immortals. On the other side were more than 10 powerful experts. The battle between the 2 sides was about to break out. At this moment, the 7 fully restored Netherworld ghost ships were also gathered in a straight line on the sea below. Whoosh! A bright red light shot down from the sky and stopped right in front of the group of experts. Within the red light, Yi Fan, with his blood-red robes and blood-red hair dancing wildly, looked at the hell spirits opposite him with a sinister smile. Bah, yeah. When he saw the hell spirits being tortured by Yi Fan and the Scarlet Chain and were on the verge of dissipating, a tall and burly hell spirit expert was instantly enraged. Look, look, your companions are here, Yi Fan said to the hell spirits in the Scarlet Chain in a mixed male and female voice. Ba Jie, Ba Jie. The hell spirits opposite him were enraged, and the black light in their eyes intensified. The corners of Yi Fan's lips curled up, and he smiled without saying anything. I will crush your souls and turn you into food in our stomachs. You will never be reincarnated. The hell spirits said viciously to the experts. Chiao smirked and said, A cooked duck, a stubborn one. Ba Jie. The hell spirits cursed and raised their swords in front of their eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the evil spirits gripped the gleaming evil spirit sabers in their hands tightly and assumed battle stances. It was obvious that the hell spirit who was cursing was the leader of the hell spirits. Cha, 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 cha. As the roars of tigers and dragons filled the air, the experts drew their swords out of their scabbards. The swords were like a forest, and the light from their swords was dazzling. They dragged their swords behind their backs and were ready to fight. 10,000 spirits devouring souls. The leader of the hell spirits roared. Woo! As soon as the leader of the hell spirits finished speaking, the 7 netherworld ghost ships on the sea below suddenly let out a tragic wail. Hua, la. The countless skulls embedded in the 7 netherworld ghost ships suddenly turned and faced the sky. The scene was so terrifying that it made one's scalp tingle. Kill! The leader of the hell spirits roared. Woo! Tens of thousands of ghastly ghosts gushed out from the skulls. The ghostly shadows were like a black cloud that covered the sky and pounced on the experts who were floating in the air. Kill! 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 The leader of the hell spirits waved his sword and gave the order to the tens of thousand-year-old hell spirits behind him to kill. Woo! Sa! Kill! The hell spirits waved their swords and turned into billowing black smoke as they charged at the experts. I will suppress the hell spirits. I will leave the netherworld ghost ships and the other hell spirits to you. As Yi Fan spoke, he swung the Scarlet Chain in his hand rapidly. Then, he swung it at the dozens of ghost spirit experts who were charging at the very front. Hua! Huh! The Scarlet Chain glowed red and instantly became more than 100 feet long as it flew toward the hell spirits. Swoosh! When the hell spirits saw this, they immediately used their movement skills and dodged at high speed. Having learned their lesson from the hell spirits on the Scarlet Chain, they did not dare to be careless. Ha ha ha! Yi Fan let out a sinister laugh. Hua! La. Just as the hell spirits were feeling smug about successfully dodging the Scarlet Chain, the Scarlet Chain glowed red and turned into 100. Hua! Chapter 817. The moment the hundreds of Scarlet Chains tightened around them, the pupils of the ghost spirits constricted. They did not expect Yi Fan's Scarlet Chains to have such a transformative ability. Swoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the ghost spirits raised the gleaming, evil spirit sabers in their hands and slashed down at the Scarlet Chains that were closing in on them from all directions. They wanted to cut the Scarlet Chains in half. However, they were too naive. If the evil spirit sabers could cut the Scarlet Chains, the dozens of 1,000-year-old ghost spirits would not have been tied to them and could not move at all. Boom! 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 The evil spirit sabers slashed at the Scarlet Chains that were closing in on them, and a loud bang was heard. Bang! 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 The moment they came into contact with the Scarlet Chains, the dozens of evil spirit sabers in the hands of the ghost spirits broke into pieces in an instant. At this moment, the ghost spirits felt a chill in their hearts. Compared to the Demon King in front of them, the difference in strength between them was not just a little bit. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. They suddenly had an ominous premonition. This time, it might be the last time they made a move in 1,000 years. If they were to fall into the hands of the Demon King, they would definitely suffer the same fate as those ghost spirits who had been tortured before. They could neither live nor die. Swoosh! After breaking the evil spirit sabers in the hands of the ghost spirits, the scarlet chains formed a bloody net of light that did not slow down at all. In an instant, it trapped the dozens of ghost spirits in black robes. Swoosh! The moment they came into contact with the scarlet chains, countless black smoke rose from the bodies of the ghost spirits, making a sizzling sound. As the black smoke rose, the ghost spirits immediately let out heart-wrenching screams. Yifan smiled sinisterly. Swoosh! Swoosh! He whistled as he slowly dragged the scarlet chains, dragging the hundreds of 1,000-year-old ghost spirits toward him. With just one move, Yifan had managed to subdue all the ferocious spirits that were charging at him. Woo! When the ghosts saw that their leaders were instantly subdued by Yifan, they let out a shrill roar at the same time. The sky was filled with ghostly shadows like black clouds, rushing up from below. The ghostly cries resounded in the air, shaking the heavens. It's our turn. Go! Kamehameha said loudly as he dragged the dazzling jade-breaking saber in his hand. As he spoke, he activated his movement technique and charged downwards. Kill! Under the leadership of Kamehameha, all the experts roared in unison. They swung the glowing sabers in their hands and dove down from the sky, heading straight for the myriad of ghosts. Among the experts, the short green-eyed boy in a green cloak took the lead. The second-ranked Haruko Sakuragi, the third-ranked Kumi Mochizuki, and the fourth-ranked Kano Nagato followed closely behind. They were the favorite disciples of the Dongying demonic king. They were the best at slaying ghosts and hiding spirits. Naturally, they had to be at the forefront. Swoosh! The green-eyed boy who was at the forefront charged downwards with his saber in his right hand, and his left hand formed a sword in between his eyebrows. Then, he closed his eyes and concentrated. Swoosh! With a flash of green light, a green light talisman appeared between his sword fingers out of thin air. The talisman was 7 inches long and 3 inches wide. Green light flowed around it and shone brightly. On the green talisman, there were a few lines of runes that were written in bold and powerful strokes. For information, after the green talisman appeared, the green-eyed boy opened his eyes and shouted softly, Swoosh! As soon as the green-eyed boy finished speaking, the green talisman between his sword fingers suddenly burst into green light and started to burn. The green flame illuminated the green-eyed boy's pure green eyes. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew past, and 4 black shadows appeared in the air around the green-eyed boy. The 4 figures were tall and big, and all of them wore huge black cloaks and pointy black hats. They lowered their heads and maintained the same speed as the green-eyed boy as they floated around him. The 4 of them were surrounded by In-Shi and did not look human at all. This was the formation that the green-eyed boy had activated when he fought with Jinshan and Miaojiang. The 4-In formation. Compared to the past, the green-eyed boy's skills had improved by a level. When he activated the 4-In formation in Miaojiang, he had used the yellow talisman to activate the formation. At this moment, he was using the light talisman that was condensed from telekinesis. Ever since the battle with Jinshan, the green-eyed boy felt that he was not strong enough. Therefore, during the period when he left Miaojiang, he had been studying spells in his spare time to improve his cultivation. 4-In fusion. After the 4 ghosts appeared, the green-eyed boy immediately used the strongest move of the 4-In formation, 4-In fusion. Whoosh! The 4 black-robed ghosts with pointed hats instantly turned into 4 streams of black gas and quickly gathered together to form a high-speed, rotating black gas pillar. The gas pillar was more than 10 feet tall and was like a huge black tornado. Whoosh! As the black tornado gradually formed, a 70 to 80 feet tall giant ghost appeared out of thin air. This ghost was wearing a pointed black hat, an ink-black robe, and a pair of black curved boots. It was surrounded by black gas. What was even more inconceivable was that this gigantic ghost actually had 4 faces: joy, anger, sorrow, joy. For different expressions appeared on the 4 ghostly faces, causing one's hair to stand on end and shudder in fear. Kill. The green-eyed boy who was descending from the sky used his battle sword to point at the ghosts and shouted loudly. Wah! The black-robed ghost roared, and its huge head instantly turned around on its neck, putting on a mournful expression. The giant ghost general stretched out its sharp claws in the air. Buzz! As a dazzling black light spread out from the giant ghost's claws, a black battle sword that was more than 30 feet long appeared. The black light of the battle sword was dazzling, and black gas lingered around it. It was ghostly and murderous. This battle sword was none other than the Een world's divine weapon that the Japanese Ghost King had personally forged, the Black Wind Sword. The material used to make this sword was different from ordinary swords. It was neither gold nor jade, neither copper nor iron. Instead, it was made with Een Shi and was completely formless. With just a thought, this sword would appear in the hands of its owner. Swoosh! After the Black Wind Sword appeared, the black-robed ghost held the sword with one hand and turned into a black light, charging straight down. After the black-robed ghost charged, the green-eyed boy did not stay idle. He formed a seal with his left hand and used his secret technique again. Swoosh! Several green lights shot out from the green-eyed boy's body. In the blink of an eye, one green-eyed boy turned into 8 green-eyed boys. Green screen 8 extreme slash. The 8 green-eyed boys raised their battle swords above their heads and slashed down. Swoosh! 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 8 green lights shot down from the sky. Their speed was as fast as lightning. The green-eyed boy was really going all out this time. Yi Fan was not the only one who had been suppressing the evil fire in his heart all this time. This time, he vented his anger on the ghosts. When the green-eyed boy attacked, the blue-robed man, Sato Kawakai, also attacked. He used all his strength to activate the blue battle sword in his hand, the Ghost Flame Sword. Whoosh! Countless blue, ghostly flames rose from the Ghost Flame Sword and burned fiercely. The battle sword in his hand was also extraordinary. The material used to forge this sword was Een iron extracted from the ashes of the dead. The flames on the Ghost Flame Sword were even more powerful. The ghostly flames on the sword were incomparable to the flames of the mortal world. They were Een fire and extremely powerful. If an ordinary person were to come into contact with the sparks from the saber, they would be instantly incinerated into nothingness. Not even their bones would be left behind. The power of this sword could be said to be unparalleled. Nether 100 Ghost Slash. Sato Kawakai roared. He raised the Ghost Flame Saber high above his head and slashed down from the air. Swoosh! As the blue light curtain fell down like a waterfall, a huge blue saber arc was released from the Ghost Flame Saber. The sword arc was more than 10 feet long, surrounded by blue flames and raging ghostly flames. The green-eyed boy glanced at Sato Kawakai and smiled. It was said that Sato Kawakai was extremely powerful and his cultivation was domineering. The Ghost Flame Sword in his hand was also famous in Japan. It was one of a kind. He thought that his attack would be domineering. Now, it seemed that it was just an undeserved reputation. The green-eyed boy thought to himself. However, just as he was feeling proud of his domineering attack, the Nether Hunter Ghost Slash that had flown more than 10 feet away suddenly changed. Swoosh! 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 The huge blue ghostly flame sword arc multiplied from 1 to 100, and from 100 to 1,000. The ghostly flame sword arc danced in the air and whistled down. Its power was not inferior to the green-eyed boy's 8 extreme slash at all. The green-eyed boy's smile disappeared and was replaced by a frown. Good move, the green-eyed boy exclaimed in his heart. Sato Kawakai's Nether Hunter Ghost Slash was just like its name. It was powerful and domineering. Jade Breaking Light Slash. Just as the green-eyed boy was shocked by Sato Kawakai's attack, Kamehameha, who was wearing a green-gray robe and holding the Jade Breaking Saber, made his move. Sword Chi, Soaring Sword Chi. The domineering gray sword Chi formed a huge lightsaber that was more than 10 feet tall and 30 to 40 feet wide. Kamehameha, who was surrounded by a dazzling gray light, roared and slashed down the jaw-dropping huge lightsaber. Whoosh, a huge, semicircular gray light curtain poured down from the sky. Whirlwind ghost slash. Astral wind slash. Flying flame 100 slash. The other experts did not want to be outdone and made their moves. Boom, boom. With a loud boom, the saber lights of all the experts rushed into the midst of the 10,000 ghosts. Roar. Among the thousands of ghosts, the primordial spirits of the thousands of ghosts that were charging at the front were instantly shattered by the experts' moves. They turned into black smoke and disappeared. Even Onagiro and the other three who were standing still could not help but squint their eyes. Not bad, Chiao, who was holding the bone-eroding sword, said with a smile. Among the experts, Funakoshi Shinichi, who was wearing a navy robe and white clogs, did not make any moves. Chapter 8:18. 10,000 ghosts rushed forward wave after wave, pouncing on the experts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The elites unleashed their ultimate techniques as they swung their swords up and down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wherever the saber light flashed, countless ghosts were instantly turned into black smoke. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the ghosts were killed by the elites. Huff! Just as the experts were getting fiercer and fiercer, countless plumes of black smoke once again gushed out from the skulls on the 7 Netherworld bone ships. Within the black smoke, ghostly figures were everywhere, covering the sky and the earth. Seeing this, the elites frowned. The ghosts that they had killed earlier had been restored. As long as the 7 Netherworld ghost ships were connected to the sea, they would be unable to kill them all. Haruko, think of a way to get the Netherworld ghost ships into the air. The green-eyed boy shouted at Haruko Sakuragi, who was behind him. Yes, senior brother. Haruko Sakuragi, who was wearing a pink dress and had a beautiful face, replied loudly as she slashed the ghosts in front of her with her swords. As soon as the green-eyed boy finished speaking, the hundreds of thousand-year-old ghosts that were tied to Yifan's scarlet chains suddenly raised their heads in disbelief. They did not expect that the elites would discover the flaw of their immortality. Don't let them get the ships into the air. The elite ghost who killed Akatsuki was the first to recover from the shock and shouted loudly. Quick, all ghost ships leave this area. Quick! The leader of the Netherworld ghost ships also recovered from the shock and ordered the 7 Netherworld ghost ships to retreat. As long as the 7 Netherworld bone ships were in the sea, they would be immortal. Once the 7 Netherworld ghost ships were destroyed by the elites in the air, they would lose the protection of the sea and their immortality. At that time, as long as they were killed by the elites, they would be turned into ashes and would never be able to recover. After hearing the leader's order, a group of ghosts immediately attacked Haruko Sakuragi, who was behind the green-eyed boy. Nearly 1,000 ghostly shadows twisted together into a black pillar of light that shot straight towards Haruko. This woman had the ability to control water. She could control the seawater and raise the warship high in the sky, so she had to be killed. At the same time, the 7 Netherworld ghost ships below began to turn around rapidly, preparing to escape from this place. Third, fourth, protect Haruko. Green-eyed child waved his katana and blocked in front of Haruko Sakuragi. He shouted at the 3rd-ranked Kumi Mochizuki and the 4th-ranked Kato Nagino. Yes, senior brother. The charming Mochizuki Kumi and the tall Kano Nagato answered in unison. They both used their movement techniques and arrived beside Haruko. The 3 of them gripped their swords tightly and moved closer to each other, surrounding Haruko in the middle. Whoosh! The black pillar of light arrived in an instant. The green-eyed boy activated the battle saber in his hand and slashed down from above. Boom! The black beam of light instantly collided with the green-eyed boy's saber. Whoosh! The gigantic black pillar of light was directly split apart by the green-eyed boy's saber. Phew! The black beam of light split into two, bypassing the blue-eyed boy and attacking Haruko Sakuragi once again. Both Kumi Mochizuki and Kato Nijino pushed their cultivation to the maximum and slashed at the incoming Ing ghosts. For a moment, the shadows of Ing ghosts and swords filled the air. However, there were too many Ing ghosts attacking Haruko Sakuragi. Countless Ing ghosts kept gathering on the black beam of light. It seemed like they would not stop until Haruko Sakuragi was dead. Under the full attack of the Ing ghosts, the three boys' spiritual energy was gradually depleted. Senior brother, Haruko Sakuragi, who was surrounded by the three boys, saw the situation and shouted loudly, "Don't worry about us. Quick, use the Imperial Water Technique to lift the ghost ship." The green-eyed boy gritted his teeth and said as he resisted the attack of the Ing ghosts with all his might. Haruko Sakuragi frowned and immediately closed her eyes to concentrate and use the Imperial Water Technique. Buzz, countless rays of light burst out from Haruko Sakuragi's body. Imperial Water Technique, overturn rivers and seas. Haruko Sakuragi's eyes widened and shouted loudly. Boom! With a loud bang, a pillar of water instantly gushed out from the sea below. The water pillar was more than 10 feet thick, and it spun out from the sea like a dragon emerging from the sea. Boom! The towering water pillar directly lifted one of the Netherworld bone ships into the air, straight up into the sky. Whoosh! The gigantic Netherworld skeleton ship creaked and slowly rose into the sky. Fall! Haruko Sakuragi shouted softly. Whoosh! The water pillar that looked like a giant dragon fell back into the sea in an instant, causing a huge ripple. At this moment, the Netherworld skeleton ship had already left the sea and was in mid-air. The moment the Netherworld ghost ship leaped into the air, Bamu Changqing, who was dressed in a snow-white ninja outfit, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He was the faction leader of Koga Ryu. Although he was not proficient in the art of killing Ing ghosts and spirits, his combat power was not weaker than the other members. Now that the ghost ship was in the air, it was time for him to show his strength. In terms of destructive power, he was the expert among the experts. Bama Changqing held his sword with one hand and swung it in the air. Swoosh! A huge white sword arc appeared out of thin air and went straight to the Netherworld skeleton ship. The sword arc was as bright as snow, dazzling and eye-catching. Cha! The enormous saber arc cut the white bone warship flying in the sky in half from the bow to the stern as if it were cutting tofu. What sharp sword aura! After seeing Bamu Changqing's sword skill, Chi Yao frowned and said in surprise. Yagilong Kiyoshi's blade Chi was all about sharpness. There were no fancy or dazzling moves. His sword skill was simple, direct, and unparalleled in sharpness. Unfortunately, although his sword skill was powerful, it did not have a large range of destruction. If he could improve his sword skill and increase the range of his attack, his combat power would definitely increase by 100 times. What a pity that such a sharp sword aura. Chi Yao thought to himself. However, the next scene made him change his mind. After the dazzling white saber light cut the Netherworld bone ship in half, it immediately changed direction. Swoosh! The huge sword aura drew a beautiful arc in the air and then cut the Netherworld skeleton ship horizontally. The sword aura could actually change direction. Chi Yao narrowed his eyes. Cha! 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 Bamu Changqing's sword aura seemed to have a mind of its own. It shuttled back and forth within the Netherworld ghost ship and cut at high speed. Its speed was so fast that it seemed as if hundreds of sword auras had appeared at the same time. Hua! Before the Netherworld skeleton ship began to fall, the entire ship had been cut into pieces by Bamu Changqing's domineering sword aura. Bone fragments filled the sky and fell down. Good move. Good move. To be able to control the domineering sword aura, to be so sharp and yet delicate, this Bama Changqing sword skill was truly unparalleled in the world. When the bone fragments fell down like rain, the gray-robed Kamehameha made his move. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he flipped his left hand. Tongue! A sparkling flame appeared on the tip of his middle finger. The orange flame flickered continuously. Pa! Kamehameha lightly flicked the firefly on his finger. Shwa! The fingernail-sized orange flame turned into a bright red line of fire and rushed into the bone fragments. What can such a small flame do? The green-eyed boy struggled to resist the attacks of the group of ghosts as he wondered in his heart. The green-eyed boy did not dare to have any doubts about Kamehameha's strength. This person could be considered as an elder in the Japanese martial arts world. What he could not figure out was how powerful such a small flame could be. Has this Kamehameha gone senile? A single spark starts a prairie fire. Break! Just as the green-eyed boy was in doubt, Kamehameha spoke. Boom! As soon as the wooden turtle crane finished speaking, the sparkling flame that rushed into the rain of bones instantly turned into a fireball that was several hundred feet in size and suddenly exploded. Whoosh! The flames in the sky dispersed. The entire airspace instantly turned into a sea of fire. The bone fragments instantly turned into green smoke and disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye, the Netherworld skeleton ship disappeared in the sky. As soon as the Netherworld skeleton ship disappeared, the dozen or so ghost spirit experts on Yi Fan's red chain suddenly screamed in horror. Obviously, the destroyed Netherworld skeleton ship was the medium for them to absorb the spiritual energy in the sea. Now that the ship was destroyed in the sky, the undying bodies of the dozen or so ghost spirits disappeared along with it. One ship. The black-eyed Yi Fan said with a smile as he held the red chain in his hand. As soon as the Netherworld skeleton ship was destroyed, the number of Een ghosts attacking crazily decreased. After the thousands of Een ghosts were killed, they did not recover. Whoosh! Just as the spirits of the experts were greatly boosted, the two Netherworld ghost ships on the sea suddenly left the sea and rose into the sky. Under the two Netherworld skeleton ships, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. This person was wearing a navy blue robe and white wooden clogs. His robe was fluttering in the wind, and his eyes were filled with determination. It was Funakoshi Shinichi. Shinkong Iha was shocked. Funakoshi Shinichi stretched out his arms and held a Netherworld ghost ship in each hand as he soared up from the sea. What a powerful strength! Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. To be able to push two Netherworld skeleton ships that were 3 times bigger than Wuji out of the sea. What kind of strength was this? It was rumored that this person went into the sea alone at night to save the starving refugees. He dragged 2 mountain-like whales onto the shore with his bare hands in order to save thousands of people. It seemed like this was not a rumor. Whoosh! As soon as Funakoshi Shinichi soared out of the sea, he exerted strength in his arms. Whoosh! The 2 Netherworld ghost ships left his hands and soared up into the sky. Black Rock Mountain crushing fist. Following a loud roar, the burly Yokoyama Yugo, who was wearing a green samurai suit, immediately attacked. He retracted his right arm and threw a punch at the Netherworld ghost ships that were soaring up from the sea. Boom! A 5-zhong long black fist shadow was thrown out from Yokoyama Yugo's iron fist. The black fist shadow shone with a dazzling black light. On top of the giant fist, there were dozens of red lightning bolts swimming around. Mountain-shattering island palm. Fujita Tsuyoshi, who was wearing a large kimono and straw rattan shoes, immediately followed after Yokoyama Yugo and attacked. Whoosh! A several zhong long brown light palm shot out from Fujita Tsuyoshi's hand and went straight for the Netherworld ghost ships. Chapter 819. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening sounds could be heard as Yokoyama Yugo's black fist and Fujita Tsuyoshi's brown palm landed heavily on the 2 Netherworld white bone ships. White bones flew everywhere, and bone fragments flew everywhere. The 2 white bone ships were instantly torn apart, exploding apart. A rain of bones filled the sky, scattering everywhere, pouring down in torrents. Fire stream slashed. Chiyao Yamamoto, who was wearing a red robe, also brazenly attacked. He waved the saber in his hand at the sky, filled with bone rain, and shouted lightly. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 huge red fireballs whizzed out from the tip of his saber and went straight for the bone rain. There were a total of 13 red fireballs, each of which was about 10 feet in size and surrounded by raging flames. Boom! 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 After the 13 huge fireballs rushed into the bone rain, they instantly exploded. In an instant, the sky was filled with a sea of fire. Chi! 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 In the sea of fire, the bone rain let out a sizzling sound and instantly turned into black smoke and dissipated into thin air. Although Chiyao Yamamoto was like a loser in front of Yi Fan, his cultivation was still not to be underestimated. Chiyao Yamamoto could be said to be proficient in the 5 elements escape technique, mutant technique, and blade technique. This was also the reason why he was so conceited in the past. 3 ships, Yi Fan said casually with an evil smile. On the scarlet chains, dozens of netherworld white bone spirits turned pale and their pupils constricted. They looked at the netherworld white bone ships that had turned into ashes in shock and could not say a single word. They had lost. They had completely lost. For thousands of years, they had been invincible and had unparalleled combat power. With their immortal bodies, they could go on a rampage and do whatever they wanted. They had never thought that they would lose so miserably today. Hundreds of thousand-year-old ghost spirits at the level of ghost immortals, 7 netherbone battleships, tens of thousands of Een spirits and ghosts, and the immortal bodies that they were so proud of. Such a powerful force was instantly defeated by a bunch of fleshly bodies. The reason why they lost was all because of the 2 experts on the other side. One of them was the king of the demon realm, whose cultivation was heaven-defying, and who had subdued hundreds of thousand-year-old ghosts in one move. The other was the black-robed man with unparalleled wisdom, who had found the weaknesses of the netherworld ghosts in a short time, on a gyro. With these 2 capable people, as well as the other powerful experts, it was not surprising that they, the nether ghosts, would lose today. Let's not just stand there and watch. Let's go help and end this quickly. Mr. Kimmy, who was floating in the air, turned his head and said to Chi Yao, Kazuko Kazuko, and Shingo Yamada. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. It was a foregone conclusion. What they needed to do now was to end this fierce battle as soon as possible. While saying that, Anna Malang disappeared into thin air with a whoosh. The show is almost over. I will go and help clean up the battlefield. Chiao smiled and waved her sleeves. She turned into black smoke and disappeared into thin air. Mr. Ichikaku, we will push the remaining ghost ships into the air. You could destroy them. Shingo Yamada turned around and said to Chinkong Iha, in terms of spiritual chi, combat strength, special techniques, and saber skills, Chinkong Iha was the best in all aspects, especially his technique of Chidori. Its destructive power was strong, its attack range was wide, and its attack speed was fast. It could be said that one move could kill many people. Leaving him here to destroy the netherworld ghost ships was the most suitable choice. Chinkong Iha nodded at Shingo Yamada, indicating that he agreed. Swoosh! Shingo Yamada nodded at Chinkong Iha and disappeared into thin air. Ark, seeing that the 3 netherworld ghost ships had been destroyed, the Een ghosts in the sky went crazy. They roared crazily and launched their final attack. Bang! 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 The countless skulls that were embedded in the 4 netherworld ghost ships detached themselves from the ships and flew into the sky at high speed. Ark! In an instant, the densely packed skulls let out mournful whimpering sounds as they shot towards the sky like a torrential downpour, whistling towards the experts. Be careful of these skulls. The green-eyed boy shouted at the elites. Do not let them touch your body. These Een ghosts knew that they had lost the battle, but they were unwilling to give up. They wanted to launch a suicidal attack and perish together with their enemies. Use your spiritual chi to protect yourself. Try to attack from afar. Kagura Sato also reminded the elites. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After hearing the two's reminder, the elites activated their spiritual chi and set up a spiritual chi barrier in front of them. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, and white. In the blink of an eye, all kinds of spiritual chi barriers appeared in front of the elites. In the sky, 9 different colors appeared at the same time. It was a beautiful sight. The moment the spiritual chi barrier was set up, the skulls arrived like a rainstorm. Boom, 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 boom. The tens of thousands of skulls slammed into the spiritual chi barrier set up by the elites and made a loud noise. Buzz, boom. The moment the skulls hit the spiritual chi barrier, the creepy skulls first emitted dozens of bright black lights from their eyes, ears, and noses, and then exploded with a loud bang. They condensed their spiritual chi and then attacked by self-detonation. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was dense and continuous. The skulls surged up crazily, one after another. For a moment, the bones were broken, and the black lights were splashing everywhere. The suicidal attack of the tens of thousands of skulls forced the elites to retreat. Crack, crack. Under the continuous bombardment of the countless skulls, fine cracks began to appear on the various spirit chi light barriers in front of the experts. The elites activated their spiritual chi and kept injecting it into the spiritual chi barrier. However, there were too many skulls, and they were all suicidal attacks. Even if they activated their spiritual chi, the cracks on the spiritual chi barrier were getting bigger and bigger. Just as the elites were gradually unable to hold on, a huge, bright, blood-red light beam shot down from the sky. The light beam was 30 feet thick, and the spiritual chi roared. What was even more incredible was that this blood-red light beam was not cylindrical, but in the shape of a swastika. Whoosh! The blood-red light beam with the swastika written upside down swept across the countless skulls. Boom! 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 Wherever the swastika light beam passed, countless skulls exploded and turned into white bone dust. It was Yi-Fan. The elites behind the spiritual chi barrier raised their heads in unison. High up in the sky, Yi-Fan was whistling casually while shooting out a huge blood-red light beam from the swastika written upside down between his eyebrows. He slowly turned his head and used the swastika light beam to sweep across the countless skulls below. The blood-red light beam of the swastika light beam lit up the entire sky. Yi-Fan only swept the light beam back and forth a few times, and the tens of thousands of skulls and countless ghosts below instantly vanished into thin air. Not a single one was left behind. The elites had to use all their strength to barely block this suicidal attack, but Yi-Fan only used a few seconds to completely destroy it. Boom! Just as the elites were dumbfounded, the sound of huge waves could be heard from the sea below. The elites immediately lowered their heads and focused their eyes to look down. The moment they saw it, all their faces changed. For huge netherworld skeleton ships were gradually leaving the sea and rising up slowly. Funakoshi Shinichi, who was wearing a navy blue robe, Yamada Shingo, who was wearing a white robe, Onijiro, who was wearing a black robe, and Chi Yao, who was wearing a disdainful smile. The 4 of them each held a netherworld skeleton ship in their hands and flew straight up into the sky. The grandeur and grandeur of the battle array shocked all the experts present on the spot. Whoosh! After the 4 of them rushed out of the sea, they threw the ships with all their strength. Whoosh! The 4 netherworld skeleton ships suddenly accelerated and rose up rapidly. Boom! High up in the sky, Chinkong Iha activated a flame that was dozens of feet high. The flame was as bright as frost and snow, and its aura was like a rainbow. Bang! Within the flame, Chinkong Iha put his palms together. Asterisk splash. Asterisk as Chinkong Iha put his palms together. Countless huge white birds flew out from the flame that was as big as a mountain. The birds were about 3 feet long, and their wings were full of white radiance. The number of birds could reach up to tens of thousands. What was inconceivable was that the wings of every white light bird were burning with raging flames. He had merged his spiritual energy and flames into one, and then released them with the technique of 1,000 birds. Chiao, who was below, was shocked. Whoosh! After the tens of thousands of birds rushed out of Qin Kong Iha's flame, they immediately connected with each other and circled around Qin Kong Iha at high speed. Qin Kong Iha, who was still with his palms together, looked calm and composed. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 4 netherworld ghost ships had reached the highest point, and they were less than 100 feet away from Qin Kong Iha. 1,000 birds returned to their nests. 10,000 flames burned the heavens. Qin Kong Iha narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." As soon as Qin Kong Iha finished speaking, the tens of thousands of birds around him suddenly changed their direction and flew downwards. White radiance shone brightly as the flames connected. Whoosh! The blazing light birds were extremely fast, and they covered the distance of 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 Following countless earth-shattering explosions, the tens of thousands of blazing light birds completely engulfed the 4 netherworld ghost ships. Boom! The white spiritual energy on the bodies of the blazing light birds smashed the netherworld ghost ships into pieces. Whoosh! The flames on the wings of the blazing light birds burned the broken bones into ashes. When other experts used 2 moves to solve the problem, Qin Kong Iha only used 1 move. At this moment, all 7 netherworld ghost ships were destroyed. The undying curse that the spirits were so proud of was broken. Good. Ha ha ha. Good. On the deck of ship Wuji, Matsumoto Takeyoshi patted the railing as he cheered loudly. Before the ship Wuji could even reach the battlefield, the 7 netherworld ghost ships had already been reduced to ashes, disappearing into nothingness. At this moment, Matsumoto Takeyoshi was in a good mood. The netherworld ghost ships that had wreaked havoc for thousands of years were destroyed just like that. Moreover, they were destroyed by his team. Of course, he was happy. 7 ships. Yifan laughed eerily. At this moment, the hundreds of thousand-year-old spirits that were tied to the scarlet chains were all ashen. The netherworld ghost ships were destroyed, the Een soldiers were destroyed, and their undying bodies were gone. They, who had always been invincible, were now like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. You won't be able to recover this time, right? Yifan smiled as he narrowed his blood-red eyes, after which he suddenly pulled the blood-red chain in his hand. Whoosh! Before the spirits could beg for mercy, the scarlet chains that were wrapped around their bodies tightened around them. Whoosh! Chapter 820. Whoosh! As the 100,000-year-old ghost spirits, primordial spirits, were destroyed, Zhang Gong and Wide appeared beside Yifan. Although the 2 of them had been absorbed by the ghost spirit that killed Akatsuki, they were born from the Een Shi of heaven and earth. Thus, even if the ghost spirit had 1,000-year-old cultivation, it would not be able to absorb all the Een Shi in the 2 ghost bodies in a short time. Once the ghost spirit's primordial spirits were destroyed, the 2 ghosts naturally left its body. Say, sir, when the white-robed Zhang Gong saw the red-haired, red-robed, and black-eyed Yifan, he cautiously asked. Wei, who was dressed in a green robe, was also dumbstruck at this moment. Ever since the 2 ghosts had followed Yifan, they had never seen Yifan in his demon lord form. But even so, the 2 ghosts still recognized Yifan. Although Yifan had transformed into his demon lord form, his figure and face had not changed. Moreover, the 8 treasure jade silk robe on his body had become blood-red in color, but it still exuded the same aura of treasures as before. Yifan's red lips curled as he slowly nodded. Sir, we did not protect Miss you well enough. We have failed, sir. Please punish us. As Zhang Gong spoke, he lowered his head and knelt in the air. Please punish us. Wide also knelt. Yifan slowly turned around. His blood-red hair and blood-red robe fluttered in the wind. The opponent this time is an undying 1,000-year-old ghost spirit. It is only natural that you're not its match. Get up, Yi Fan said in a mixed male and female voice. The two ghosts looked at each other and silently got up. There is nothing for you to do here. Go back, Yi Fan said to the two ghosts. Yes, sir. The two ghosts muttered unhappily. They turned into two streaks of black light and flew into the Yin-Yang ghost seal in Yi Fan's arms. Cha! Cha! Screech, seeing that the Netherworld ghost swarm and the 7 Netherworld ghost ships had all been destroyed, the experts sheathed their swords and executed their movement techniques, flying toward the Wuji that was a few dozen li away. Shinkong Iha and Shingo Yamada also turned into rays of light and flew back to the warship to report on their mission. Shua, Chi Yao, dressed in a black robe, appeared in front of Yi Fan. The war is over. Brother Yi, why are you still standing here? Chi Yao said to Yi Fan. Let's go back and celebrate. You go back first. I still have something to do, Yi Fan said to Chi Yao expressionlessly. Chi Yao was stunned at first, then smiled. Then you go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll wait for you on the ship. Shua. As Chi Yao spoke, she turned into black smoke and disappeared. After Chi Yao left, Yi Fan slowly raised his head and looked at the sky with his blood-red eyes. After a long time, Yi Fan smiled. Shua. Yi Fan's figure disappeared on the spot. Then he appeared in front of Sky Moni and the demon Venerable. Although Tenmoni and the Demon Lord had already concealed their auras and spiritual power and used invisibility techniques, they were still discovered by Yi Fan. Big brother. Yi Fan smiled at Tenmoni. In fact, Yi Fan already knew when Tenmoni and the Demon Lord appeared. However, he was busy dealing with the Netherworld ghost swarm, and there were many experts present, so he did not go up to greet them. Brother Yu. Tenmoni smiled at Yi Fan. Tenmoni and the Demon Lord were not surprised that Yi Fan was able to discover them. After all, Yi Fan was now in his 100% demonic monarch body, and his strength was at its peak. It was normal for him to see through their little tricks. Big brother, are you just passing by, or are you here to see me? Yi Fan smiled and asked Tenmoni, if I said I was passing by, would you believe me? Tenmoni smiled and asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. With Tenmoni's status, how could he so easily descend into the human world? Yi Fan did not even need to guess. Tenmoni must have appeared here specifically to see him. As for the reason, he knew very well. He had completely released his heavenly demon power and transformed into his 100% demonic monarch body. With Tenmoni's cultivation, how could he not have detected it in advance? I sense that you had pushed your heavenly demon power to the limit in the demon palace. I was worried, so I came to see you. Tenmoni smiled at Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and nodded lightly. This is... Yi Fan turned his head and looked at the Demon Lord with his blood-red eyes and black pupils. This person was surrounded by auspicious air and auspicious light. His cultivation was even more domineering. Even Yi Fan felt that it was inconceivable. Looking at this person's attire and aura, as well as his dignified aura that was equal to Tenmoni's, Yi Fan was not far from the mark. If he guessed correctly, this person was either a demon lord or a ghost lord. I almost forgot to introduce you. Tenmoni smiled and said to Yi Fan, this is the new master of the demon realm, the demon lord. Brother Demon, this is the new demonic monarch that I told you about just now, Eldritch Fawn. Both of you are new, so you should get to know each other. Greetings, Demon Lord. Yi Fan nodded and said to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was the supreme master of the demon realm. His status was equal to Tenmoni's. As the monarch of the demon realm, he naturally could not be rude. I've often heard that Mr. Eldritch is both good and evil. He is unruly and unruly. Everything he does is based on his own likes and dislikes. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation and leave a deep impression. The Demon Lord in his snow-white robe smiled and said to Yi Fan, Demon Lord, you flatter me. Yi Fan smiled and said, Brother Demon, you're really lucky to have such a rare talent. It's really enviable. The Demon Lord turned his head and smiled at Tenmoni. If I could have someone half as capable as Mr. Eldritch to assist me, I would be satisfied. From the moment Yi Fan appeared until now, The demon lord kept calling Yi Fan Mr. Eldritch and Mr. Eldritch. He never treated Yi Fan as someone who was inferior to him. Tenmoni saw this and smiled. It was obvious that the demon venerate was fond of Yi Fan. Demon lord, you're too kind. Yi Fan smiled and said to the demon lord, I'm no longer Eldritch. My devil spirit ability was obtained from Big Brother's demon realm. It's all thanks to Big Brother that I have today. Sigh, brother demon, I'm really starting to envy you. The demon lord looked at Tenmoni and said with a smile, Brother you, now that you've eliminated the nether ghosts, you should disperse your demon monarch form. Tenmoni returned to the topic at hand. This is the human realm, where humans, gods, demons, ghosts, and crooks are mixed in. Don't cause any trouble. Tenmoni's goal was very simple. He wanted to persuade Yi Fan to disperse his Devil King form and see if his mind had been controlled by the devil spirit. After hearing Tenmoni's words, Yi Fan suddenly narrowed his eyes. He looked at Tenmoni with his blood-red and black pupils. His gaze was deep. Tenmoni smiled and also looked at Yi Fan with his pair of starry eyes. The demon lord stood to the side and quietly observed the situation. The three people who were chatting and laughing just now were now silent. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. Whoosh! The sea breeze blew and the robes of the three powerhouses fluttered loudly. After a long time, Yi Fan smiled. All right, I'll listen to Big Brother. Yi Fan broke the silence with a smile. Whoosh! Just as Yi Fan finished speaking, the blood-red flames around Yi Fan instantly dispersed like the tide. As the mountain-like blood-red flames gradually faded away, Yi Fan's blood-dyed red hair turned into strands of silver hair. His blood-red eyes turned into clear, starry eyes. The 8 treasures jadeite embroidered robe on his body turned from blood-red to an ink-black color once again. The swastika character in the center of his brows also started to fade away and disappear. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan had dispersed his Devil King form and returned to his human form. Seeing that Yi Fan obeyed him and withdrew his heavenly demon power, the stone in Tenmoni's heart fell to the ground. If Yi Fan really refused to disperse his Devil King form, he would have to do it himself. The demon lord also heaved a sigh of relief. One was the Devil King, and the other was the Devil King. If the two of them were to fight in the human world, the demon lord did not dare to think further. Smack! Tenmoni pressed his hand on Yi Fan's shoulder. Brother you, trust Big Brother. Big Brother is doing this for your own good. Tenmoni said to Yi Fan seriously. Big Brother, I understand. Yi Fan, who had returned to his human form, nodded and said to Tenmoni, You do what you need to do. We're leaving. As Tenmoni spoke, he shook Yi Fan's shoulder forcefully. Then, he turned around and disappeared with a whoosh. Mr. Eldritch, take care. The demon lord said and disappeared. Yi Fan stood alone in the void and was silent for a long time. What is he doing? On the sea below, Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who was standing on the deck of the battleship, raised his head and looked at Yi Fan, who was floating in the air motionlessly. He frowned and asked Shingo Yamada, who was next to him. Shingo Yamada, who was in white, shook his head slowly. In their eyes, they could only see Yi Fan standing alone in the void and his shoulders shaking. As for the Devil Lord Tenmoni and the Demon Lord, they could not see them at all. Whoosh! Yi Fan, who was in midair, disappeared instantly and reappeared on the deck in an instant. Ha-ha! Buffon, Kuin, you and Mr. Onimu have contributed greatly to the annihilation of the nether spirits. Matsumoto Takeyoshi laughed loudly when he saw Yi Fan. Where's Hongji? Yi Fan asked Matsumoto Takeyoshi directly. Miss Yu is in the medical cabin now. I've arranged for someone to take care of her. Whoosh. Before Matsumoto Takeyoshi could finish his sentence, Yi Fan disappeared instantly. Whoosh. In an instant, Yi Fan appeared in the medical cabin out of thin air. Yi Fan's sudden appearance shocked the few female ninjas in the medical cabin. Greetings, Mr. Yi. The few female ninjas were shocked at first, but immediately bowed to Yi Fan. All of you can leave first, Yi Fan said to the few of them. Yes. The few female ninjas bowed and left. Yi Fan slowly walked to the bed and looked at Akatsuki, who was lying on it quietly. At that moment, Akatsuki's face was covered by a veil, as if she was asleep. Buzz, Yi Fan activated the heavenly demon power, and the swastika appeared in between his eyebrows again. He slowly raised his right hand and placed it in between his eyebrows. Whoosh! A 3-inch man made of light slowly came out from the swastika on Yi Fan's eyebrows and landed on his palm. Yi Fan slowly lowered his palm and gently placed the 3-inch man made of light on Akatsuki's eyebrows. Whoosh! Chapter 8:21. As soon as the primordial spirit entered her body, Akatsuki began to react. Her slender fingers first moved slightly, then her chest slightly rose and fell as she breathed. Yi Fan withdrew his palm, withdrew the devil spirit, slowly turned around, and prepared to leave. Yi Fan had just taken 2 steps when Akatsuki's weak voice came from behind him. Yi Fan, be careful. Akatsuki, who was lying on the bed, closed her beautiful eyes and said nonsense. Yi Fan stopped and frowned slightly. He slowly turned around and looked at Akatsuki. Akatsuki had just returned her primordial spirit, so her 3 souls were not at peace and her 7 spirits were not stable. At this time, she was still in a nightmare. After thinking for a moment, Yi Fan returned to Akatsuki's side, stretched out his sword finger, and gently tapped Akatsuki's forehead. Buzz, the red light on Yi Fan's finger reappeared. Swish, several red ripples slowly spread from Akatsuki's forehead and gradually spread to her whole body. Yi Fan used his spiritual power to calm Akatsuki's nerves and soul. Under the urging of his spiritual power, Akatsuki's mood gradually stabilized. She gently opened her beautiful eyes. In the hazy sight, Yi Fan's outline gradually became clear. Seeing Akatsuki open her eyes, Yi Fan turned around and prepared to leave. When Yi Fan walked to the door of the cabin, Akatsuki struggled to sit up on the bed and weakly shouted to Yi Fan. Yi Fan stopped in his tracks and stood still. It's you who saved me. The pale Akatsuki weakly asked Yi Fan. Your primordial spirit has just returned to your body, and you just lost a lot of blood, so your body is very weak. It's not good for you to talk too much. Rest well. Yi Fan said coldly, slid open the cabin door, and stepped out. Crash! The cabin door was heavily closed. Akatsuki laid her head heavily on the soft cotton pillow, tears silently falling from her eyes. After Yi Fan came out of the medical cabin, he happened to see 2 ninjas not far away. In the hands of these 2 ninjas, respectively, were holding a red scabbard and 2 broken pieces of a battle sword. The weapons in their hands were none other than Akatsuki's Red Princess battle sword that was cut off by the demon spirit. Greetings to Mr. Yi. After seeing Yi Fan, the 2 ninjas immediately stopped and bowed to Yi Fan in unison. At this time, in the eyes of the ninjas, Yi Fan was not only a godlike existence, but also their savior. If it weren't for this person, they would have been taken away by the ghosts of the netherworld and become one of the ghosts. In the past, they were afraid of Yi Fan, a fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Now, they were both afraid and respectful of him. What are you holding in your hands? Yi Fan asked the 2 ninjas. Replying to Mr. Yi, this is Miss Akatsuki's Red Princess battle sword. One of the ninjas said respectfully to Yi Fan. We found it when we were cleaning up the battlefield. Mr. Matsumoto ordered us to repair it and restore it to its original state, then return it to Miss Akatsuki. Give it to me. I'll repair it for her, Yi Fan said to the 2 ninjas. The 2 ninjas looked troubled. Matsumoto Takeyoshi's order was for the 2 of them to repair the battle sword. He didn't say that they were going to give it to Yi Fan. If you're troubled, report to Matsumoto Takeyoshi and tell him that I said so, Yi Fan said calmly. Okay. After looking at each other, one of the ninjas replied to Yi Fan, Mr. Akatsuki, you can take Miss Akatsuki's sword. We'll report to our master when the time comes. As the ninjas spoke, He handed the broken swords in their hands to Yi Fan with both hands. Yi Fan took it and flew back to the boat. At this time, the boat had already separated from the battleship and was quietly floating on the sea dozens of feet behind the battleship. When Yi Fan entered the cabin, the dancer Kono Oda was wiping the floor on the first floor. Mr. Yi is back. Seeing Yi Fan come back, Kono Oda, who was dressed in white, immediately lowered her head and said to Yi Fan. She didn't bow to Yi Fan. The reason was very simple. Yi Fan told her not to be so polite to him in the future. Only then would their relationship seem to be extraordinary. Yi Fan replied. I have something to do upstairs. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. Yi Fan said and slowly walked upstairs. Yes, Kono Oda replied. After Yi Fan went upstairs, he went directly to the wooden table and put the red princess sword that was cut in two on the table. Akatsuki disobeyed orders to help him. In other words, this battle sword was cut in two because of him. Whether it was for public or private reasons, he should restore this sword. Yi Fan reached out and picked up the broken sword and carefully examined the fracture. It must be known that repairing a weapon wasn't as simple as piecing the broken sword back together. Ordinary weapons were fine, as they could be directly smelted and pieced together. After all, the material was ordinary steel and pure iron. But for high-quality weapons, repairing them was not so simple. Many high-quality weapons, once broken, were no longer useful. The reason was very simple. These high-quality weapons simply couldn't reach the strength and toughness they had before. Even if they were barely pieced together, the power was not as strong as before, and it was easy to break again. Because of this, when most experts encountered a situation where their weapon was broken, they would choose a new weapon instead of repairing it. Carrying a weapon was a key factor in fighting on the battlefield. No one would joke around with their own life. Yi Fan furrowed his brows when he saw the cut. The Red Lady's saber was indeed a good saber. However, from the materials used to forge it, it was impossible to completely repair it. This sword was made of one piece, and the craftsmanship was extremely complicated. Even if the swordsmith who made this sword personally repaired it, it would be difficult to restore it to its original state. Yi Fan was in a dilemma. He put the broken sword back on the wooden table and fell into deep thought. Akatsuki would definitely return to Japan in the future. If he didn't have a suitable weapon by his side, he would definitely be worried. But now that the Red Princess sword was broken and difficult to repair, what should he do? Unless he gave her a new battle sword. Wait a minute, a new battle sword? Yi Fan's mind flashed. Didn't he recently get a new treasure sword? And it was a woman's battle sword. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's mind moved. Buzz, with a flash of golden light, a golden battle sword appeared in the void in front of Yi Fan. This sword was 4 feet long and was gilded with gold, shining with golden light. The hilt of the saber was entwined with golden threads, and a brilliant amber bead was inlaid on it. The golden color was dazzling and it was eye-catching. On the gilded saber scabbard, there was a lifelike golden phoenix in the clouds carved on it. The design was gorgeous and exquisite. This sword was none other than the treasure sword that the scorpion spirit had given him, the Phoenix Wing Tang sword, which the head of the Yi family had personally forged for a woman of the Tang dynasty's royal family. Yi Fan reached out and held the Phoenix Wing sword in front of his eyes. To put it bluntly, even Yi Fan, who already had the Ice Dragon Lihua dual swords and the Bloodthirsty Waning Moon dual swords, could not bear to part with this Phoenix Wing sword, even though this was a woman's sword. In terms of material, craftsmanship, combat power, and nobility, this Phoenix Wing sword was far superior to the Red Princess sword. This sword was the most suitable as Akatsuki's new weapon. However, Akatsuki liked the color red. This golden battle sword might be a little eye-catching to her. Thinking of this, Yi Fan had an idea in his mind. Oda! Yi Fan called out to Oda Kono, who was downstairs. Crash! A moment later, the wooden door slid open, and Oda Kono, dressed in white, appeared at the door. Sir, you called for me. Oda Kono said to Yi Fan. Go to Matsumoto Takayoshi's place and get me some high-quality rubies. Tell him that I need them. Yi Fan said to Oda Kono. Oda Kono nodded in response. then turned and left. After a while, Oda Kono returned with a palm-sized brocade pouch in her hand. "Sir, the rubies you wanted." Oda Kono came to Yi Fan and knelt in front of Yi Fan. She presented the brocade pouch with both hands. Yi Fan reached out and took the pouch. He opened it and poured out the contents onto his palm. At this moment, there were 5 or 6 blood-red rubies in his palm. Each of these rubies was the size of a pigeon's egg. They were pure, flawless, and incomparably translucent. In addition to the 5 or 6 rubies in his hand, there were 7 or 8 other rubies in the pouch. If these rubies were put on the market, they would be worth at least 10,000 taels of silver. Matsumoto Takeyoshi is really generous. Yi Fan thought to himself. Crash. While he was thinking, he poured out all the rubies in the brocade pouch onto the table. "What beautiful rubies!" Oda Kono exclaimed as she looked at the dazzling rubies on the table. Although she was a ninja, she was still a woman. Women were naturally interested in jewelry. Yi Fan smiled after hearing this. He reached out and picked up the largest ruby on the table and handed it to Oda Kono. "For you," Yi Fan said with a smile. For me?" Oda Kono's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't you like it? I'll give you one." Yi Fan smiled at Oda Kono. No, Sir misunderstood. I was just saying, I didn't want Sir to give it to me." Oda Kono hurriedly waved her hand and hurriedly said to Yi Fan, "I don't need so many. The rest are just sitting there. Since you like it, take it," Yi Fan said as he stuffed the rubies into Oda Kono's hands. If others knew that the rubies in Oda Kono's hands were given by him, they would be more convinced of their relationship. This, Oda Kono's face turned red. She was stunned and didn't know what to say. Looking at Oda Kono's bewildered appearance, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that a well-trained female ninja would also have a time when she blushed. Yi Fan thought as he grabbed the rubies on the table and stuffed them back into the pouch. Then, he held the pouch with one hand and gently squeezed. Crack, crack, crack. With a crisp sound, the rubies in the pouch were instantly crushed by Yi Fan. "Sir, what are you?" Yi Fan's actions left Oda Kono dumbfounded. Yi Fan had actually crushed all of these rare, top-grade rubies. No wonder he gave her the largest ruby. Chapter 822. Yi Fan only stopped when all the top-grade rubies in the brocade pouch had been crushed into powder. He put down the brocade pouch, then activated the ice core in his body and waved it at the wooden table in front of him. Buzz, a bright white light flashed, and a long and narrow icebox appeared on the wooden table. The icebox was 4 feet long and 3 inches wide. It was sparkling and translucent, and it was surrounded by a cold aura. Yi Fan took the golden phoenix wing saber and placed it into the icebox. The size of the icebox matched the size of the phoenix wing saber perfectly. After the saber was placed inside, it fit perfectly. After putting the saber into the icebox, Yi Fan took out the brocade pouch and took out a small handful of powdered gemstone. He carefully sprinkled it on the phoenix wing saber in the icebox. In just a short while, the phoenix wing saber's hilt and scabbard were covered with the blood-red rubies. After spreading the rubies evenly, Yi Fan gently placed his palm 3 inches above the phoenix wing saber and activated the fire snake's dragon pearl in his body. Buzz, dozens of hot red lights shot out from Yi Fan's palm and shot directly at the phoenix wing saber in the icebox. Hua! Under the scorching heat of the fire serpent dragon orb, the ruby powder that covered the phoenix wing saber began to melt. Gradually, the phoenix wing saber's hilt and scabbard were covered. In the blink of an eye, the golden pattern on the phoenix wing saber turned into a bright blood-red color. The golden phoenix in the clouds carved on the scabbard turned into a lifelike blood phoenix. As Yi Fan released the heat, he began to activate his spiritual energy and slowly raised his palm. Buzz, as Yi Fan raised his palm, the phoenix wing saber in the icebox began to float and turn slowly. Yi Fan activated his spiritual energy and carefully controlled the melted gemstone lava on the phoenix wing saber. Whoosh! The glowing red gemstone lava seemed to have a mind of its own as it quickly swam on the other side of the phoenix wing saber. In the blink of an eye, the entire saber was covered by the gemstone lava. The phoenix wing saber that was shining with a golden light a moment ago had turned into a bright blood-red color. Seeing that he had succeeded, Yi Fan began to withdraw his spiritual energy. The blood-red phoenix wing saber slowly fell back into the icebox. Whoosh! The cold air released from the icebox quickly cooled down the blazing gemstone lava on the phoenix wing saber, restoring the original hardness of the rubies. Yi Fan took the phoenix wing saber out of the icebox and examined it. At this time, the phoenix wing saber was covered in gems. It was as red as blood, and the red light was dazzling. Even the golden amber light bead embedded at the top of the scabbard was completely wrapped by the ruby, and the blood was resplendent. Yi Fan smiled and nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at the phoenix wing saber in his hand. With this saber, Akatsuki's weapon problem could be said to have been perfectly solved. With the spiritual energy cultivation that he had imparted to Akatsuki, the ultimate saber technique autumn wind 3 consecutive slashes, and the phoenix wing saber, Akatsuki's combat strength was not to be underestimated. Now, Akatsuki's only shortcoming should be her movement technique. Thinking of this, Yi Fan put down the phoenix wing saber and put away the icebox. Then, he took out a piece of rice paper and laid it out on the wooden table. He picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write on the paper. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Fan put down the brush, picked up the rice paper filled with tiny characters, and dried the ink on it. He folded the rice paper and placed it in an envelope. Then, he wrapped the envelope around the phoenix wing saber. Then he found a piece of green cloth and wrapped the phoenix wing saber and the letter tightly. Oda! After doing all this, Yi Fan called out. After a moment, the door opened. Dressed in white, Oda Kono appeared at the door. Sir, you called for me, Oda Kono said to Yi Fan. At this moment, her face was still flushed with excitement. After all, this was the first time in her life that someone had given her such a precious ruby. Moreover, the person who gave it to her was eldritch, a godlike existence. Yi Fan placed the phoenix wing saber on the table and calmly said to Oda Kono, Now, help me hand this to Miss Oda. Yes, Oda Kono said as she slowly walked in front of Yi Fan and picked up the package. The package was heavy in her hand. It weighed about 20 kilograms. As a ninja, Oda Kono didn't even need to guess. It was definitely the golden saber that she saw when she gave the ruby to Yi Fan. When you come back, prepare some food and wine for me, Yi Fan said to Oda Kono. Yes, Oda Kono said as she turned around and left. At this moment, Akatsuki was quietly lying on the bed in her cabin. She stared blankly at the ceiling above her head, lost in thought. When she was in the medical cabin, she already knew what happened from the ninja beside her. After she was stabbed, Yi Fan went berserk and his demonic nature erupted. First, he slapped Kiyoshi Yamamoto, who insulted her, and sent him flying. Then, he transformed into his Demon King form and tortured the Hell Spirits. If it wasn't for Yi Fan, she might have already become one of the Hell Spirits. Originally, she was going to help Yi Fan, but in the end, she became the one who was saved. Perhaps it was really like what Yi Fan said before. Apart from being a burden to him, she couldn't do anything else. But if that was really the case, why would Yi Fan save her? Why would he teach Kiyoshi Yamamoto a lesson and say that he wasn't worthy of being her husband? Could it be that he did all those things on purpose for her to see? Does he still care about her in his heart? But the scene of him hugging that coquettish dancer was something she saw with her own eyes. How could she explain that? Akatsuki tossed and turned. Her heart was in a mess. She found that she couldn't understand Yi Fan at all. Asterisk knock knock knock. Asterisk just when she was thinking and feeling annoyed, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Akatsuki asked impatiently. Miss Mochizuki, please open the door. Oda Kono's voice came from outside the door. As soon as Oda Kono's voice fell, Akatsuki sat up from the bed. She couldn't be more familiar with this voice. Speak of the devil. The person outside the door was none other than the coquettish dancer that Yi Fan carried into the cabin to fool around in front of everyone. Why is she looking for me? Akatsuki thought. Could it be that she's here to show off her affection? To show off her prowess? Impossible. This dancer was just an ordinary female ninja under Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to show off in front of me. To Yi Fan, this person was just a tool to satisfy his lust. If she wasn't here to show off, then what was she here for? Akatsuki was puzzled. Asterisk crash. Asterisk with complicated and confused feelings. Akatsuki got off the bed and slid the door open. Outside the cabin door, the beautiful and voluptuous Oda Kono stood there respectfully. She was wearing a white dress and had a face full of respect. In her hands was a long package made of green cloth. Miss Mochizuki. Oda Kono bowed to Akatsuki and greeted her politely. Why are you looking for me? Akatsuki looked at Oda Kono with hostility and asked coldly. Mr. Yi asked me to give this package to you. Oda Kono handed the package to Akatsuki with both hands and lowered her head as she spoke in a low voice. In order to help Yi Fan, Akatsuki fought without orders. Even an idiot could see what was going on. She was carried away by Yi Fan in front of everyone. So, of course, Akatsuki was hostile towards her. In the eyes of outsiders, she was already Yi Fan's woman. For me? Akatsuki immediately frowned and asked Oda Kono, what is it? I don't know. Oda Kono replied in a low voice. You don't know? Akatsuki frowned and asked, don't you live with him? How could you not know? I really don't know. Oda Kono's face turned red, and her voice became smaller and smaller. Forget it, I'll see for myself. Akatsuki took the package with one hand. After the package was wrapped, Akatsuki sensed the contents of the package. There was a weapon inside, and, judging from the domineering aura coming from it, this weapon was definitely not ordinary. There was one thing that Akatsuki was sure of, and that was that this weapon was definitely not her Red Princess Warblade. Although the Red Princess Warblade was a rare, top-grade weapon, it definitely wouldn't have such a domineering aura. Apart from asking you to deliver this package to me, what else did he say? Akatsuki asked Oda Kono. No, nothing else. Oda Kono replied. I understand. You can go back now. Akatsuki said to Oda Kono. Yes. Oda Kono felt relieved and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Akatsuki called out from behind. Miss Tsukasa, is there anything else? Oda Kono turned around and asked politely. What's your name? Akatsuki asked. I'm called Oda Kono. Oda Kono bowed and replied. Oda Kono? That's a nice name. Akatsuki nodded. Oda Kono lowered her head. There's nothing else for you to do. You can go back now. Akatsuki said to Oda Kono and returned to the cabin. Oda Kono pursed her lips, turned around, and used her movement skill to rush back to the boat. After returning to the cabin, Akatsuki directly opened the package in her hands. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the moment the package was opened, several dazzling red lights shot out from within, dazzling to the eyes. At the same time, a domineering aura instantly filled the cabin. When she saw the dazzling red sword in her hands, Akatsuki was instantly stunned. The exquisite workmanship of this sword and the noble design could be said to be unprecedented. In all her life, Akatsuki had never seen such a magnificent weapon. Chapter 823. Clang. Less than an inch after the battle saber was unsheathed, countless rays of dazzling white light shot out from the saber. When the entire battle saber was unsheathed, the entire berth cabin was instantly illuminated. As the battle saber was unsheathed, an awe-inspiring aura filled the entire cabin. What a powerful saber aura. What an awe-inspiring aura. Akatsuki, who was holding onto the battle saber, was shocked. She held the battle saber horizontally in front of her and carefully sized it up. This saber was 4 feet long and had an awe-inspiring saber aura. The body of the saber was as dazzling as snow, and the aura it emitted was domineering and awe-inspiring. At the opening of the battle saber, two ancient seal words entered her eyes. Phoenix Wing, Akatsuki muttered to herself. So this was the Yi clan's divine weapon that Yi Fan had obtained from the scorpion spirit. The Phoenix Wing Saber. What an excellent Phoenix Wing Saber. It was indeed a divine weapon that the head of the Yi clan had personally forged for the Tang dynasty's royal family. The combat power of this saber was far from what the Red Princess battle saber could compare to. Akatsuki thought to herself as she sheathed the Phoenix Wing Saber. She held the glowing red Phoenix Wing Saber tightly with both hands as she frowned and bit her lips. Why would Yi Fan give such a precious divine weapon to her? Didn't he treat her coldly? Was it because her Red Princess Saber was destroyed? Or was he worried about her and was afraid that her safety would not be guaranteed? Akatsuki did not know. Unintentionally, Akatsuki's gaze landed on a green cloth package on the table. A corner of a letter was revealed within the green cloth. Akatsuki was shocked. She immediately placed the Phoenix Wing Saber aside and pulled out the letter from the green cloth. To Red Princess only. There were 4 words written on the envelope. It was a letter that Yi Fan had written to her. Akatsuki hurriedly opened the envelope and took out the letter. After she unfolded the rice paper, Akatsuki was stunned. On the rice paper, there were many elegant and vigorous, small, regular script characters written on it. On the rightmost side of the 1,000 words were 8 words. Cloud writing technique, fog writing technique. It was the cloud writing technique. Akatsuki was shocked. Yi Fan had imparted this technique to him. In an instant, 2 streams of tears flowed from Akatsuki's eyes. Big drops of tears fell onto the rice paper in her hand and rippled in an instant. Phoenix Wing Saber, cloud riding technique. Soaring away on the clouds, the phoenix wings soared high. Yi Fan was saying his final goodbyes to her. Thinking of this, Akatsuki was heartbroken, the pain seeping into her bones. Wu, filled with grief, she threw herself onto the bed and began to bawl. As for Akatsuki's cries, Yi Fan, who was in the cabin of the boat, heard them clearly. At this time, he was sitting on a praying mat, drinking cup after cup of wine to drown his sorrows. On the wooden table in front of him, there were 8 dishes of 4 meat and 4 vegetable dishes. Dressed in white, Oda Ono was kneeling beside Yi Fan, holding a jug of wine. Smack! Yi Fan placed the empty cup on the wooden table. Pour the wine. Yi Fan said expressionlessly to Oda Ono. Sir, you've already drunk 3 jugs of wine. Oda Ono whispered to Yi Fan. Pour the wine. Yi Fan interrupted Oda Ono's words and said impatiently with a frown. Oda Ono pursed her lips and continued to pour wine for Yi Fan. Yi Fan raised the wine cup, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp. Akatsuki's heart-wrenching cries were unbearable to him, as if a knife was cutting into his heart. However, he didn't choose to retract his hearing or turn a deaf ear. Instead, he forced himself to listen. He had to force himself to get through this ordeal. As long as he could get through this ordeal, his heart wouldn't be in so much pain anymore. He drank 1 glass of liquor after another, and did not stop. Although he was expressionless on the surface, the pain in his heart was no less than Akatsuki's. Yi Fan drank a total of 5 jugs of wine. Just as he was about to drink the 6th jug, Akatsuki's cries stopped. Yi Fan's wine cup stopped in front of his mouth. Whoosh! Outside the boat, there was the sound of movement. Yi Fan frowned and raised his eyebrows. It was Akatsuki. She was rushing here. Thinking of this, Yi Fan put down his wine glass and pulled Oda Ono, who was kneeling beside him, into his arms. Before Oda Ono could understand what was going on, she had already fallen into Yi Fan's arms. Cooperate with me. Yi Fan whispered to Oda Ono in his arms as he unbuttoned his robe, revealing his fair and firm chest. After taking off his robes, Yi Fan placed his hand on Oda Noda's shoulder. With a swoosh, he removed the robes covering her shoulders, revealing her alluring, snow-white shoulders. Oda Ono stared at Yi Fan with a pair of big, clear eyes. Her face was completely red and her heart was beating wildly. Cooperate? Cooperate with what? He couldn't be Crash. Just as Oda Ono was still trying to figure out what was going on, the cabin door suddenly opened from the outside. Akatsuki, dressed in red, rushed in from outside. At this time, her beautiful eyes were like peaches from crying, and the tears at the corners of her eyes hadn't dried. She didn't want to cry anymore. She wanted to ask Yifan personally if he had her in his heart. The moment Akatsuki rushed in, Yifan put on a smile on his face. Yifan, after entering the cabin, Akatsuki said angrily, "Miss Uehara, didn't anyone tell you that you have to knock before entering someone's cabin?" Yifan spoke slowly as he picked up the wine glass on the table. With a mischievous smile, he placed the wine glass next to little Oda's mouth. Oda Ono's face was red. She opened her small mouth and drank the wine that Yifan handed to her. Hee, beauty is so obedient, Yifan said with a mischievous smile. Seeing this, Akatsuki was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. "Okay, I'll knock," Akatsuki said as she walked out of the cabin and closed the cabin door. After reaching the cabin door, Akatsuki wiped her tears with her sleeve and kicked the cabin door in front of her. Yifan's disgusting face just now made her so angry that she had nowhere to vent her anger. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire cabin door was kicked away by Yuhongji's kick. Crash! The severely distorted cabin door rolled to the side. Akatsuki strode in. "Sorry, I knocked on the door, but I broke it," Akatsuki said coldly to Yifan. "Miss Uehara, you better be polite. Don't ruin my mood." Yifan narrowed his eyes with the same smile on his face. "Why? Did I ruin your mood?" Akatsuki lifted her chin and stared at the two of them with a sharp gaze. "What do you think?" Yifan asked with a mischievous smile as he rubbed Oda Ono's bare shoulder. Oda Ono turned her head away, and her face was red all the way to her neck. "What if I ruin your mood?" Akatsuki asked Yifan provocatively. "Then the guest can only follow the host's wishes." Yifan smiled at Akatsuki and said, "Since Miss Uehara can't tell who's better, we can only turn a blind eye to Miss Uehara. What do you say, beauty?" Hee. As Yifan spoke, he leaned over and kissed Oda Ono's shoulder. "Yifan!" Akatsuki shouted angrily. Akatsuki's shout made Oda Ono, who was lying in Yifan's arms, immediately stand up. She put on the clothes on her shoulders, then bowed to Akatsuki and Yifan, and ran downstairs with a red face. Now she understood why Yifan had asked her to cooperate with him. What's there to be shy about? Yifan looked at Oda Ono running downstairs and smiled as he said to himself, "Weren't you enjoying yourself last night?" He. Oda Ono running downstairs was exactly what Yifan wanted. Otherwise, if he continued to act, Oda Ono might be able to take it, but he couldn't. He had never been trained in this area. "Yifan, what do you want?" Akatsuki questioned Yifan loudly. "What do I want?" "Humph," Yifan sneered and replied. "I'm having sex in my own cabin. Whose business is it?" "Miss, you destroyed my cabin door indiscriminately and ruined my plans. Now you're asking me what I want. What do you want?" "All right, since that's the case, then let me ask you, why did you give me the Phoenix Wing Blade and the cloud riding technique?" Akatsuki asked Yifan loudly. "In the past, I promised you that I would teach you the cloud riding technique. That's why I asked Oda to give it to you." Yifan picked up a wine jug and filled the wine cup as he said slowly, "As for the Phoenix Wing Blade, that's my compensation to you. After all, your Red Princess Blade was cut off by the Netherworld Ghost because of me." "You're lying," Akatsuki said loudly, flying away on the cloud riding technique, Phoenix Wing soaring. "You want to sever all ties with me and have nothing to do with me, right? You want me to fly far away and leave you for good, don't you?" As Yuhongji spoke, her voice began to choke up. She couldn't control the tears that flowed down her cheeks. Yifan was silent. He picked up the wine cup and drank quietly. Flying away on the cloud riding technique, Phoenix Wing soaring. The intelligent Akatsuki had already guessed his intentions from these 2 items. "Answer me," Akatsuki asked Yifan while choking with sobs. She didn't want to hide it in her heart anymore. She wanted Yi Fan to answer her personally. Yes. Yi Fan put down the wine cup and calmly said. Akatsuki nodded repeatedly, her tears falling like rain. She had guessed correctly. Yi Fan had already made up his mind to sever all ties with her and no longer entangled with her. Okay, Yu Hongji, whose face was full of tears, said in a choked voice. Since you said so, then I'll ask you one more time. Answer me honestly, and after that, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. Ask away. Yi Fan looked down and calmly said, Do you like me? Akatsuki stared at Yi Fan and asked the question that had been in her heart for a long time. Yi Fan's body shook, and he suddenly looked up at Akatsuki. He didn't expect Akatsuki to ask him this question so directly. Do you like me or not? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan word by word. Chapter 824. After listening to Yi Fan's answer, Akatsuki painfully closed her eyes. Large drops of sparkling tears rolled down from her eyes. She finally got the answer to the question that she had been suppressing in her heart from Yi Fan. It seems that I was thinking too much. Akatsuki slowly opened her eyes and said in a choked voice, Thank you for answering me so honestly. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. As Akatsuki spoke, she slowly turned around and walked out of the door with a dispirited expression. At this time, her eyes were dull and her face was full of tears. She was like a walking corpse. With his eyes closed, Yi Fan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He was trying to control himself and not be soft-hearted. However, it was easy to say that, but difficult to do so. At this time, Yi Fan felt as if his heart was being pierced by thousands of steel needles. The pain was unspeakable. Bear with it. I must bear with it. Yi Fan kept telling himself in his heart. Plop. Just as Yi Fan was heartbroken, the sound of something heavy falling into the sea came from outside the cabin door. This sound made Yi Fan open his eyes instantly. Akatsuki had jumped into the sea. Hongji, Yi Fan shouted involuntarily. Whoosh. At this time, he had no time to think. He directly used his body movement skill and instantly turned into a bright white light and rushed out of the cabin. Outside the cabin, Akatsuki's figure was no longer there. On the sea, a huge ripple was slowly spreading out. Hongji, Yi Fan shouted Akatsuki's name loudly and directly plunged into the sea. Under the sea, Akatsuki, dressed in red, had her eyes closed. Her expression was serene as she continued to sink into the sea. At this time, her veil had been washed away by the sea, revealing her beautiful face. Her heart was already dead. Instead of living in pain in this world, it was better to leave this heartless world. She had no parents since she was young and had never felt the love of a father or mother. Now that she had met the person she loved the most, it was as though the falling flowers were in love with the heartless, flowing water. Perhaps this was his fate. Akatsuki thought to himself as he continued to sink. What he feared the most was water, but now he was going to die in this torrential sea. If this wasn't fate, then what was? Yi Fan, in my next life, I will either spend the rest of my life with you, or I will never meet you again. Akatsuki's mouth began to bubble, and her consciousness began to blur. At this moment, Yi Fan, who was inside the sphere of light, whizzed down from above the sea. Shwa! Yi Fan pushed the water-repelling light sphere to its limits and instantly appeared beside Akatsuki. He pulled the unconscious Akatsuki into his arms, and then activated the waterproof light ball and rushed upwards. Phew! The water-repelling light ball soared upwards. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan, who was carrying Akatsuki, rushed out of the sea and flew towards the deck of the boat. At this time, Oda Ono, who was dressed in white, also rushed to the deck. The sound of someone falling into the water had caused her to instinctively rush out of the cabin to check. When Oda Ono saw Yi Fan carrying the soaked and unconscious Yu Hongji out of the sea and landing from the sky, her face was filled with shock. Akatsuki had jumped into the sea. Oda Ono was shocked. When Akatsuki's true appearance came into view, Oda Ono was truly shocked. This woman was too beautiful. So beautiful that it was suffocating, so beautiful that it was unbelievable. Even though she was a woman, she was deeply shocked by Akatsuki's beautiful face. How could there be such a beautiful person in this world? Oda Ono couldn't believe it. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare a set of clean clothes, and then heat up a pot of strong liquor. Yi Fan, who had descended from the sky, rushed into the cabin with Akatsuki in his arms as he spoke to the stunned Oda Ono. Yes, yes, Oda Ono hurriedly replied and quickly followed him into the cabin. After entering the cabin, Yi Fan placed the unconscious and soaked Akatsuki directly on the floor. Then he activated his spiritual energy with one hand and pressed it against Akatsuki's chest. Yi Fan's palm glowed red. He was using his spiritual energy to force out the seawater that had entered Akatsuki's body. Ugh! Under the pressure of his spiritual energy, Akatsuki suddenly sat up and vomited a large mouthful of seawater. Yi Fan reached out to support Akatsuki and gently patted her back. Ugh! Akatsuki kept vomiting seawater. Why are you doing this? Yi Fan said with a frown as he patted Akatsuki's back. Cough, cough, why did you save me? Akatsuki coughed violently. Let me die. Cough, cough. Your body hair and skin are all given to you by your parents. You're ruining yourself like this. Aren't you letting your parents down? Yi Fan said coldly to Akatsuki. Parents? Cough, cough. Akatsuki smiled dejectedly. I haven't even seen what they look like. Cough, cough. Why should I let them down? Yi Fan frowned and didn't say anything. You shouldn't have saved me, Akatsuki said with a straight gaze. I have no relationship with you anymore. Why did you save me? In any case, we were once partners. I can't just leave you in the lurch, Yi Fan said calmly. Don't waste your energy, Akatsuki said as she shook her head. You can save me this time, but you can't save me next time. She had already made up her mind to die. Phew. As soon as Akatsuki finished speaking, Yi Fan grabbed Akatsuki's collar and pulled her in front of him. Akatsuki, whose hair was still dripping with water, looked at Yi Fan with a dispirited face. Her eyes were lifeless. Even ants drag out their lives. With your cultivation and outstanding swordsmanship, you actually gave up on yourself and jumped into the sea to commit suicide because of some bullsh** love affair. Yi Fan said to Akatsuki fiercely. If I had known earlier, your parents would have killed you when you were still in your infancy to save you the trouble. He was trying to provoke Akatsuki. You're right. Akatsuki stared into Yi Fan's eyes and said loudly with red eyes, They shouldn't have let me live. They should have killed me. Killed me. Instead of living in pain and heartlessness in this world, it's better to die. She was already hysterical. Slap. As soon as Akatsuki finished speaking, Yi Fan slapped her. Yi Fan's slap caused Akatsuki to fall to the ground. She turned her head and saw stars. Since he was trying to provoke her, he might as well go all the way. Akatsuki slowly turned her head and looked up at Yi Fan with a stubborn expression. A streak of red blood slowly flowed down from the corner of her mouth. Heartlessness? Yi Fan, who was holding Akatsuki's collar, sneered. You don't even *King love yourself. What right do you have for others to love you? You, Akatsuki angrily roared at Yi Fan. Seeing that Akatsuki was angry, Yi Fan was relieved. As long as Akatsuki was angry, there would be a chance for things to turn around. You want to die? Sure, but you have to pay off your debt first. Yi Fan then said to Akatsuki fiercely, Your parents abandoned you. What about your master, Kyoichi Kamitani? How are you going to pay him back for bringing you up? You're so happy. Once you die, everything will be over. Have you ever thought about other people's feelings? Akatsuki lowered her head and kept silent. Also, if you want to die, please die far away. Don't die here. I hate dead people, Yi Fan said and pushed Akatsuki away and let go of her collar. Akatsuki collapsed to the ground and started crying. Seeing that Akatsuki was crying, Yi Fan sighed in relief. Yu Hongji's thoughts of committing suicide were dispelled. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained silent and wept bitterly. Looking at Akatsuki's pitiful appearance, Yifan felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He wanted to hold Akatsuki in his arms and comfort her, but he knew that he couldn't do that. Mr. Yi, Kono Oda appeared at the door. She was holding a tray in her hands. On the tray, there was a set of clean clothes and a pot of hot liquor. When she appeared, Yifan was scolding Akatsuki loudly. She didn't dare to interrupt or leave. She stood at the door, not knowing what to do. Yifan turned to look at Kono Oda and frowned. "You've the clothes and liquor you asked for." Kono Oda lowered her head and whispered to Yifan, "Help Miss Oda change her clothes and let her drink some strong liquor to drive away the cold." Yifan calmly said to Kono Oda, "In the future, don't let anyone come in to look for me without my permission, especially women." As Yifan said this, he turned to look at Akatsuki, who was sitting there paralyzed. Obviously, these words were for her to hear. "Yes, yes," Kono Oda answered and slowly walked into the cabin. She put the tray on the ground and reached out to help Akatsuki. "I can walk by myself." Akatsuki pushed Kono Oda away and said calmly. Kono Oda pursed her lips and looked at Yifan. "Don't worry about her," Yifan said to Kono Oda. "Let her walk by herself." Akatsuki gritted her teeth and stood up from the ground. "Kacha!" She tore off a corner of her clothes and covered her face again. "I will remember what you said today," Akatsuki said to Yifan in a cold voice. "That would be for the best," Yifan said coldly to Akatsuki. "You can get out now. Don't ruin my and Oda's mood." Akatsuki, who was soaked to the skin, took a deep breath and staggered out of the cabin. "Remember to fix my cabin door, Miss Oda." Yifan's voice came from behind her. "Let's go, Oda, let's continue," Yifan said as he put his arm around Kono Oda's shoulder and walked towards the cabin on the second floor with a smile on his face. In the process of going up the stairs, Yifan frequently looked back at Akatsuki's back. At this time, his eyes were red and full of tenderness. Akatsuki walked step by step to the deck of the ship. Then she clenched her teeth and fiercely stimulated her spiritual energy. Boom! Chapter 825. Half an hour later, Yifan's figure appeared above the clouds. He stepped on the auspicious clouds, his robe fluttering as he flew towards the northeast. After experiencing the painful decision in his heart, he wanted to relax and divert his attention from Akatsuki. When a person was at their most sad, the first thing they would think of was their family. His current destination was his father's residence, the Yi family's ancestral home. Ever since his father, Yi Kong, had been seriously injured, he had not personally gone to see him. Taking advantage of this time, he wanted to see his father, who he had been worried about, and see how his injuries were. At this time, it was close to noon. The white clouds were floating in the sky, and a cool breeze was blowing. Yifan didn't feel comfortable at all, even though the scenery was so relaxing and soothing. The reason was very simple. In the past, no matter where he went, Akatsuki would always be by his side, never leaving him. When Yifan was unhappy, she would comfort him with soft words to ease his heart. When Yifan was annoyed, she would cook a few dishes for Yifan and prepare a pot of good wine. She would drink and chat with Yifan, talking about everything under the sun. But now, those days were gone forever. He had insulted her, slapped her face, told her to get lost, and even made out with other women in front of her. To be honest, Yifan did not dare to believe what he had done to Akatsuki. It was as if he had just had a dream that caused him to feel heart-wrenching pain. But he knew better than anyone that this was not a dream. Everything was real. Akatsuki's heart had been completely broken by him. This woman had completely given up on him. Looking at the empty seat beside him, Yifan remembered the heartless words he had said to Akatsuki, and his heart began to tear. Now he understood that he had truly fallen in love with Akatsuki. Although he didn't want to admit it, his heart wouldn't lie to him. If he didn't like Akatsuki, then his heart wouldn't be in so much pain right now. Regardless, Yifan did not regret what he had done. As for Akatsuki, he had to do that, and he could only do that. He and Akatsuki absolutely could not have any feelings for each other. No matter how painful it was, he had to cut off the threads of love. When Yifan thought of this, he blinked his reddened eyes and increased the speed of the auspicious clouds under his feet. Traveling as fast as lightning, Yifan arrived at the Yi clan's ancestral residence in less than half an incense's time. Eagle's distress peak. He had planned to visit the demonic blade, Yi Ming, at the Hawk Sorrow Peak before returning to his ancestral home. However, there was no trace of Yi Ming's aura on the Yingqiu Peak. It seemed that Yi Ming was not around and had gone out for some business. As Yifan thought to himself, he urged the auspicious clouds under his feet to descend slowly toward the Yi clan's ancestral home. At this moment, the Yi clan's ancestral home was very quiet, and there was no movement at all. In the spacious courtyard, there was not a single person to be seen except for piles of various ores. However, none of this could escape Yifan's five senses. He had already heard the sound of iron forging coming from the ground of the ancestral home. He didn't even need to guess that his grandfather Yi Yun and father Yi Kong were forging weapons in a secret underground chamber. Whoosh! As Yifan thought to himself, he dispersed the auspicious clouds under his feet and landed directly in the courtyard of the ancestral home. He stopped and looked around for the secret chamber's mechanism. He had been to the ancestral home more than 10 times since he was young, but he was completely unfamiliar with the mechanism here. Smack! Just as Yifan was looking around, a big warm hand patted Yifan's left shoulder. With that slap, Yifan's expression changed greatly and his pupils contracted. Who exactly was this expert behind him? He was actually able to escape from his exceptionally sharp five senses, stand behind him without anyone noticing, and even pat him on the shoulder. Whoosh! The moment Yifan felt the pat on his shoulder, he immediately used his body movement and disappeared from the spot. Yifan had developed the habit of reacting quickly after all the big and small battles he had experienced. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yifan appeared in the open space more than 10 feet away. Buzz, at this moment, he was holding the fireproof sword in his hand, which was glaring with red light and rising heat. He was ready to launch his attack. On his glabella, a blood swastika appeared. The cultivation of the person who patted his shoulder was so high that it was completely out of Yifan's expectation. Instinctively, he activated the heavenly demon's power and summoned the fireproof sword. In a battle between experts, one move was usually enough to determine the winner. Yifan was still in shock after being patted on the shoulder by that person. This was the first time he had encountered something like this ever since he had passed the heavenly tribulation. According to his speculations, the person who appeared behind him was most likely the expert who had killed the 3 bellkeepers. However, when he saw the expert standing in front of him clearly, Yifan was instantly stunned. The man in front of him was none other than his biological father, the inverse scale sword, Yi Kong. Duh, father? Yifan exclaimed in shock. Brat, you still remember to come back to see your father. Yi Kong smiled at Yifan. I thought you wouldn't acknowledge you as your father after you became the ruler of the Devil Realm. Father. Yifan withdrew the heavenly demon's power and put away the fireproof sword. Then, he rushed up to Yi Kong and shouted loudly. The Yi Kong in front of him was surrounded by auspicious light. Auspicious air rose, and the spiritual energy in his body was even more vigorous and domineering. Yifan couldn't believe it. During the demon-slaying conference, Yi Kong's internal organs were still damaged, and his vitality was depleted. Now, in less than a few months, not only had his injuries healed, but his cultivation had also undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Yifan could tell that the spiritual energy in his father's body was not simple. The purity of his spiritual energy and the vigor of his strength made him seem like an immortal. Father, it's really you, Yifan exclaimed in shock as he circled Yi Kong, looking him up and down. Yi Kong's transformation was so drastic that Yifan felt like he was in a dream. What exactly had father experienced during this time? How could he have undergone such a transformation? Yi Fan couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. How is it? Your father doesn't look too bad, does he? Yi Kong said with a smile as he looked at the shocked expression on his beloved son's face. Father, what's going on? Yi Fan asked Yi Kong excitedly. Yi Kong smiled. He told Yi Fan about how loose immortal Yujizi had taught him his cultivation base and the incantation for the sword spirit of the void spirit sword technique. When Yi Fan heard this, his eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. He only knew that his father's master was a mysterious beggar. He never thought that his father's true identity was actually an immortal. What made Yi Fan feel even more incredulous was the ethereal sword art, one of the 3 ultimate immortal sword arts. Yi Kong had just told him that this sword art sword moves were mysterious and domineering. It could kill 8 righteous gods and demons on cave islands. Yi Fan understood that his father's words were not false. The Void Spirit Sword art was already extremely domineering when it was powered by vital chi. If it was powered by spirit chi, especially the spirit chi imparted by an immortal, the power of the Void Spirit Sword art would be unimaginable to Yi Fan. No wonder he didn't notice his father's sudden appearance at all. The spiritual energy cultivation that Yujizi imparted to his father was indeed powerful. Father, this time, it could be considered as a blessing in disguise. Yi Kong smiled at Yi Fan. Father, to be able to meet an immortal master, you really have a profound fate. Yi Fan was sincerely happy for his father's immortal encounter. Yi Kong smiled and patted Yi Fan's shoulder. All right, Father, where are grandfather and Uncle Yi Chun? Why don't I see them? Yi Fan asked Yi Kong. Your grandfather is forging weapons in the sword hut. Your Uncle Yi Chun is casting bronze men. They can't leave, so they didn't come out to see you. Yi Kong smiled at Yi Fan. How is it? Is everything going smoothly? Yi Fan asked. Everything else is fine. It's just that smelting these meteorites takes too much effort. Yi Kong said to Yi Fan. We have to forge so many bronze men and weapons at once. No one else can interfere. If the forging materials can't keep up, the progress will naturally be slower. Yi Fan frowned after hearing this. Yi Kong was right. The Yi clan would rather go without than have substandard weapons. They always strive for the best. A top-grade weapon could easily take months or even more than a year to forge. One weapon was already like this, let alone hundreds of divine weapons. If they wanted to speed up the progress, they had to forge many swords and sabers at the same time, and the prerequisite to achieving this goal was to ensure that the forging materials were smelted in advance. But this was easy to say, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The material used to forge the Bronze Men army was not ordinary steel or bronze. It was meteorites that fell from the sky. Yi Fan knew how difficult it was to melt meteorites that fell from the sky. If meteorites could be easily melted, they would not fall to the ground. They would have melted in mid-air. Speaking of which, if it could be easily melted, then there would be no need to use meteorites to forge top-grade swords and sabers. How many bronze men and weapons have been forged? Yi Fan frowned and asked Yi Kong. 30 bronze men, 20 sabers, 800 arrows, and 50 sets of armor. Yi Kong answered. How many people helped in the forging? Yi Fan asked again. Those who are good at forging swords and sabers in the clan have all been mobilized. There are more than 100 people. Yi Kong said. Too slow, too slow. Yi Fan said solemnly. As long as the smelting speed of the meteorites can keep up, it can at least increase the speed by 3 times. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. Yi Kong frowned. Both father and son fell into silence. Father, how about this? I will hand the Everfire sword to you. After a long time, Yi Fan looked up and said to Yi Kong, your spiritual energy is now deep and pure. You can use the heat from this divine weapon to melt the meteorites. In this way, all the problems can be solved. Buzz, as Yi Fan spoke, he took out the Everfire sword, which was known as the King of Fire. Chapter 826. This Fire Sword is your divine weapon. What will you do if you hand it over to me? Yi Kong looked at the leaf fire divine weapon that Yi Fan handed over and asked with a frown. Using the immense heat of the leaf fire sword to smelt the meteorite falling from the sky was simply a fantastic idea. With the power of the leaf fire sword and his newly obtained immortal spiritual power, smelting the meteorite in an instant was as easy as flipping his hand. However, this way, Yi Fan would have one less divine weapon to help him during this period of time. This son of his was the reincarnation of Eldritch and had many enemies. Without the leaf fire sword, Yi Kong was somewhat worried. "Don't worry, Dad." Yi Fan stuffed the leaf fire sword into Yi Kong's hands and smiled. "Your son has already passed the first heavenly tribulation and is now the Demon King. I am no longer the child of the past. No one dares to offend me." Furthermore, Yi Fan said as he moved his head closer to Yi Kong's ear and laughed softly, "Your son has more than one divine weapon in his hands. Other than the leaf fire sword, I have 3 more divine weapons that are enough for me to use." Other than the leaf fire sword, Yi Fan also had the frost dragon sword, the Demon King's divine weapon, the waning moon blade, and the divine weapon, the waning moon blade, personally forged by Eldritch. These 3 divine weapons were all peerless divine weapons, and their power was not below the leaf fire sword. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Yi Kong was instantly shocked. He only knew that his son had the frost dragon and leaf fire divine weapons. He never expected that this kid actually had 2 more divine weapons besides these 2 divine weapons. Yi Fan smiled and roughly told Yi Kong about his experience of obtaining the waning moon blade and blood drinker blade. After hearing this, Yi Kong could not help but feel a lot of emotions. This son of his was indeed not the same as before. The noble identity of the Devil Monarch, the astonishing and bizarre background, the heaven-defying supreme cultivation base, and the tyrannical, peerless divine weapon. Almost all the strange experiences were concentrated on his beloved son. "Stinky brat, you are young, but you have quite a few divine weapons." Yi Kong smiled at Yi Fan. "That's why, Dad. You can use the flaming sword to help Grandpa and Uncle Yi Chun smelt the meteoric iron. You don't have to worry about me," Yi Fan said with a smile. "Very well. In that case, I will use this leaf fire sword for the time being." Yi Kong nodded and said, "When the Bronze Men army is finished forging, I will return it to its owner." Yi Fan nodded. "It's almost noon. You haven't eaten anything yet, right? Let's go. Father will get you something to eat," Yi Kong said as he prepared to lead Yi Fan inside. It had been a long time since the father and son had a drink together. Today, Yi Fan had returned to the ancestral home to see him. This made Yi Kong very happy. "Dad, let's not eat first. I have to go." Yi Fan pursed his lips and said to Yi Kong, "Go, now." Yi Kong frowned after hearing this. Yi Fan nodded. "So urgent?" Yi Kong asked. "Can't you stay for a few nights before leaving? Your grandpa and Uncle Yi Chun miss you very much. They said that the Mid-Autumn Festival is in 3 days, and it's also your birthday. They are all wondering when you will come back." "I know, Dad," Yi Fan said to Yi Kong with a reluctant expression. "I want to stay too, but I still have a lot of things to do. I can't spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with Grandpa and you. Sigh, it's been hard on you regarding Chico." Yi Kong sighed and patted Yi Fan's shoulder. "Go, take care of yourself. Don't worry about the family. Remember, whether you are the Devil King or Eldritch, you will always be Yi Kong's good son," Yi Kong said, and he shook Yi Fan's shoulder hard. Yi Fan's eyes reddened, and he nodded heavily. "Dad, take care of yourself and Grandpa. I'm leaving," Yi Fan said as he choked and knelt on the ground. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Yi Kong. "You brat, why are you kowtowing all of a sudden? Get up, get up." Yi Kong's eyes also turned red. He choked with sobs as he reached out to help Yi Fan up. "Stinky brat, you're now the Demon King." Yi Kong laughed with red-rimmed eyes. "If you can reforge your grandfather's flesh and blood, can't you restore your head of silver hair? Look at you. You look older than your dad." Yi Kong's heart ached as he looked at his beloved son with a head of silver hair. "I'm used to it, Dad." Yi Fan wiped his tears with his sleeve and said with a smile, "Don't I look good now? I look like a deity." "Brat, how old are you already? You still act like a child." Yi Kong smiled and punched Yi Fan. Dad, I should go. If I go back late, Matsumoto Takeyoshi will be suspicious. Yi Fan sniffed and said with a smile. Yi Kong pursed his lips and nodded. Yi Fan turned and walked away. Whoosh, after taking 3 steps, Yi Fan instantly turned into a ray of resplendent starlight and soared into the sky, streaking across the horizon. After 10 minutes, Yi Fan's star arrived directly above the East Sea. At this time, the East Sea was calm and the surface of the sea was sparkling. Whoosh! Yi Fan's figure flashed and disappeared into thin air, then reappeared on the deck of the boat in an instant. He opened the cabin door and stepped into the cabin. Mr. Yi, you're back. Inside the cabin, Oda Ono was cutting fruits. When she saw Yi Fan appear, she immediately put down what she was doing and greeted Yi Fan. Yi Fan responded and slowly walked up the stairs. As soon as he returned to the East Sea, Yi Fan's mind couldn't help but think of Akatsuki. By the way, Mr. Yi, Miss you came by just now, Oda Ono said to Yi Fan. Oda Ono's words made Yi Fan, who had already stepped on the stairs, immediately stop in his tracks. Didn't I tell you? Without my permission, no one is allowed to come in, especially women. Yi Fan said, and turned to look at Oda Ono with a frown. She didn't come in. She just came to deliver something. Oda Ono hurriedly said. After delivering the thing, she left. Deliver something? Yi Fan frowned and asked, what thing? It's a package. I didn't open it. Oda Ono replied. I've already put it on your table. Oh. Yi Fan turned around and continued upstairs to the cabin on the 2nd floor. On the table in the cabin, a green package was quietly placed there. Yi Fan sat down on the futon in front of the table and reached out to open the green package. He didn't know what else Akatsuki would give him. When he saw what was inside the package, Yi Fan's heart suddenly felt like it was being torn apart, as if thousands of arrows had pierced through his heart. Inside the package, there was a white jade robe of exquisite workmanship and quality neatly folded. On top of the white jade robe, there was a snow-white veil and a glowing red crystal mask. These things were specially given to Akatsuki when he first went on a mission with Akatsuki. Now, Akatsuki was returning these things to him. On the side of the package, there was a small bamboo figurine lying there quietly. Yi Fan slowly stretched out his hand and picked up the bamboo figurine. The bamboo figurine was more than 7 inches tall, and its entire body was made of thin bamboo sticks of different lengths and thicknesses. A set of exquisite black embroidered robes fitted the bamboo figurine perfectly. On top of the bamboo figurine's head, there were countless thin silver threads that were tightly sewn together, forming the bamboo figurine's long silver hair. The bamboo figurine's face was made of white silk cloth, and on the silk cloth, there were exquisite and handsome facial features. This bamboo figurine was smiling, and it was smiling extremely brightly. The bamboo figurine was tall and slender, and its black robes were tied around its body, and its silver hair was hanging down. Black robes, silver hair, and a handsome face. If it wasn't Yi Fan, who else could it be? At this moment, a faint sweet smell floated into Yi Fan's nose. It was the smell of sugar-coated haws. Yi Fan's heart shook, and then tears came out of his eyes. Akatsuki had used the sugar-coated haws and bamboo sticks that Yi Fan had bought for her to make this bamboo figurine. She had kept those sugar-coated haws and bamboo sticks. Creak! Yi Fan held the bamboo figurine tightly in his hands and lowered his head as if he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Strands of silver hair hung down like a waterfall, blocking Yi Fan's crying face. Yi Fan cried out loud. Akatsuki had completely cut off all ties with him. Back then, he had done everything he could to give her the cold shoulder, humiliate her, and even slap her face, all to make her completely give up on him. Now, he had gotten what he wanted, but his heart was in so much pain, and his heart was broken. Yi Fan grabbed his hair tightly with both hands, and he kept tearing it with all his might. His whole body trembled, and he was in so much pain. He didn't deserve Akatsuki's true love. Mr. Kono Oda appeared at the door. She was holding a plate of fruit in her hands, and her face was full of confusion. She had originally come to deliver fruit to Yi Fan, but she had witnessed the scene of Yi Fan crying bitterly. At this moment, she didn't know what to do. She wanted to comfort Yi Fan, but she couldn't say anything. "Get out!" Yi Fan suddenly raised his head, looked at Kono Oda, and shouted loudly. At this time, his silver hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was very scary. Asterisk slap. Asterisk the scene in front of her scared Kono Oda so much that she dropped the plate of fruit in her hands. The pieces of fruit scattered everywhere, and the porcelain shards flew everywhere. Yes. Kono Oda's face was pale as she hurriedly bent down to pick up the pieces of broken porcelain and fruit on the ground. "I told you to get out." Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Yi Fan roared as he waved his sleeves at Oda no. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a strong wind appeared out of nowhere, and it went straight for Kono Oda. The strength of the wind was so strong that it caused the entire cabin to be filled with a whistling sound. Kono Oda, who was picking up the things with her head lowered, didn't understand what was going on, and her body was directly blown away by the strong wind. Kono Oda instantly flew out of the cabin and landed heavily at the bottom of the stairs. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Yi Fan waved his hand again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the cabin door slammed shut. There was blood at the corner of Kono Oda's mouth as she slowly got up from the ground. She pulled a chair and sat down, wiping the blood at the corner of her mouth with her sleeve as she panted heavily. What was in the package that Akatsuki gave me that made Yi Fan so angry? Kono Oda thought to herself. Chapter 827. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Asterisk voila. Asterisk the door to Yi Fan's cabin opened. Yi Fan, with his silver hair and red eyes, walked out of the cabin on the second floor with a dispirited look on his face. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew down the stairs, arriving at the door of a cabin. This was the cabin where Oda Kono was staying. At this time, Oda Kono was sleeping in the cabin. Although Yi Fan's touch didn't take her life, it had damaged her internal organs. Under such heavy injuries, the body instinctively shut off all other senses and entered a state of recuperation. This caused Oda Kono to be in a coma since noon, and she hadn't woken up until now. Asterisk knock knock knock. Asterisk standing outside the door, Yi Fan raised his hand and gently knocked on the cabin door. There was no response from inside. Oda Kono was now in a semi-conscious state. How could she possibly hear the knocking? Yi Fan frowned at first, then immediately activated his devil spirit and stepped forward. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Yi Fan, enveloped in a red light, instantly passed through the cabin door and entered. Oda Kono was lying on the bed in white pajamas. Her face was pale, and her breathing was heavy. Yi Fan slowly walked to the bed and reached out to touch Oda Kono's forehead. Yi Fan frowned as soon as he touched her forehead. This woman was running a high fever, and her internal organs had been severely damaged. Yi Fan retracted his hand, feeling a little regretful. A few hours ago, he lost control of his emotions and was in a bad mood, causing his demonic thoughts to burn brightly. As the saying goes, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will be implicated. Oda Kono appeared in the cabin just as his demonic thoughts were burning brightly. Thus, she was blasted out of the cabin by his spiritual energy and was severely injured. Everything was his fault. This woman was innocent. Yi Fan thought to himself as he slowly extended his hand and gently hovered above Oda Kono's forehead. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk he activated his devil spirit and began to heal Oda Kono's injuries. Dozens of dazzling rays of red light shot out from his palm and into Oda Noda's glabella. As soon as the spiritual energy entered Oda Noda's body, it began to rapidly circulate through her 5 viscera, rapidly healing the severely damaged organs. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Kono Oda slowly opened her eyes. In her hazy vision, Yi Fan's silhouette gradually became clearer. When she saw Yi Fan sitting next to her, Oda Ono's face was filled with shock. "Mr. Yi," she exclaimed as she instinctively sat up. "Don't move, lie down properly." Yifan reached out and helped Oda Nuda to sit up before placing her back on the bed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I overslept," Oda Ono hurriedly said to Yifan. "I'll go prepare dinner for you," she said as she prepared to get out of bed. "Lie down properly and don't move." Yifan held her down and said calmly, "I'm healing your injuries. It'll be done soon," Yifan said as he once again activated his spiritual energy to heal Oda Nuda's injuries. The red light shot out again and entered Oda Nuda's glabella. Oda Nuda's eyes widened as she nodded obediently and stopped moving. She never thought that Yifan would heal her personally. "Did I scare you just now?" Yifan asked Oda Nuda as he released his devil spirit. "No," Oda Nuda replied softly as she lay on the bed. "It was my fault just now for accidentally injuring you." "I apologize," Yifan said to Oda Nuda. It's okay," Oda Nuda stammered. "Sir, you're too serious. In the future, when I lose control of my emotions, remember not to come near me. It'll be dangerous." Yifan stared into Oda Nuda's clear eyes and said calmly, "If you encounter such a situation in the future, immediately hide or return to the warship. Do you hear me?" Yifan was a little afraid of his violent outburst just now. He didn't think that his sadness would trigger the devil spirit to enter his mind. He didn't even need to guess. This must have something to do with his transformation into the Devil King. After the devil spirit was released to its fullest extent, everything seemed to have gone out of control. The demonic spirit, who had tasted the taste of freedom, took advantage of the opportunity and entered when his emotions were fluctuating. That was why the previous scene happened. "I understand," Oda Nuda replied, half understanding. Yifan nodded and didn't say anything else. He focused on healing Oda Nuda. Looking at Yifan, who was wholeheartedly focused on healing her injuries, Oda's face turned red. No other man had ever been so good to her. Never. She was just an ordinary ninja. It was only because of her outstanding appearance and curvaceous figure that she was brought on board the Buji. A female ninja like her would never be liked by any man. The reason was simple. Most beautiful and charming ninjas like her would be sent out to perform seduction missions to obtain confidential information. Which man would like a woman who relied on her body to obtain information? However, Yifan was an exception. He didn't discriminate against her. Although this man's cultivation was heaven-defying, he was vicious and merciless, and he looked as cold as ice. As long as one knew more about him, they would discover that this man wasn't as cold as he looked. The matter of Yifan's wife was no longer a secret to these ninjas. Oda Nuda had seen plenty of men. No matter if it was a powerful man or a wealthy man, they were all the same in front of beautiful women. It was the first time she had seen a man like Yifan who was so infatuated with her and could remain calm in her embrace. Before this, she would never have believed that such a man existed in the world. Until Yifan appeared. "That's enough." Yifan's voice broke Oda Nuda's train of thought. "Your injuries have already healed. In addition, I've also opened up your conception and governing meridians. I won't go back on my word," Yifan said as he retracted the red light into his body. Oda Nuda's internal organs weren't just healed. Yifan had already strengthened all of her internal organs and opened up her conception and governing meridians. Once her conception and governing meridians were opened up, her meridians would be able to circulate and her cultivation would soar. From now on, Oda Nuda would be able to stand out from the rest of the ninjas. After Yifan finished speaking, Oda Nuda finally realized that her injuries were completely healed. Not only that, but the true energy in her body was also circulating 10 times faster than before. As long as she willed it, her true energy would move according to her will. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Oda Ono got off the bed and bowed deeply to Yifan with her bare feet as she thanked him respectfully. "Didn't I say that you don't have to be so polite to me?" Yifan smiled at Oda Nuda. Oda Nuda smiled knowingly. "Get some rest. I'll head out first." Yifan turned around and prepared to leave. "Sir," Odanuda called out to Yi Fan. Yi Fan turned around and looked at Odanuda. Sir, please go upstairs and rest. I'll go prepare some food and wine for you. It'll be ready soon. Odanuda smiled. Today's victory over the Hell's Ghouls is a huge victory. Matsumoto Takeyoshi will definitely throw a big banquet and drink to celebrate. There's no need for you to be busy. Yi Fan smiled at Odanuda. Odanuda suddenly understood. She had completely forgotten about this matter. Yi Fan smiled and turned around to open the cabin door. He walked out and returned his cabin upstairs. There were two things on the table in the cabin: the bamboo figurine and Akatsuki's broken sword. Yi Fan held the bamboo figurine in his hand and looked at it. Then he put it away. He picked up the two pieces of the broken red princess saber and held one in each hand. At the same time, he activated the fire snake Dragon Ball in his body. Buzz as Yi Fan's hands emitted heat, the two pieces of the saber began to melt and become smooth. He wanted to turn the two pieces of the red princess saber into two short daggers. This way, he could make the best use of it and also split it into two. Moreover, the quality of the sabers would not be affected at all. In the blink of an eye, the two pieces of the saber melted into the shape of the tip. The two short sabers had already taken shape. Yi Fan retracted his heat and activated the ice core to quench the two short sabers. Buzz, cold energy instantly gushed out from Yi Fan's hands. Clang! The two short sabers were instantly quenched and let out a crisp sound. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the two daggers in his hands that had just taken shape. As long as he polished the tip of the saber and changed the hilt and scabbard, they would be two high-quality daggers. Whoosh! Just as Yi Fan was about to change the red princess saber scabbard into two short scabbards, the sound of someone using a movement technique could be heard from outside the cabin. It was Ishii. Yi Fan was able to discern who this person was from his movement technique. Sir, Mr. Matsumoto invites you to a banquet. Ishii's voice came from outside the cabin. Everything was as Yi Fan had predicted. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was holding a banquet to celebrate the defeat of the Nether Spirits. I understand, Yi Fan replied. Yes, Ishii said as he turned around and used his movement technique. He stepped on the chains and flew toward the battleship. After splitting the red princess saber's scabbard into two short scabbards, Yi Fan got up and left the cabin. He used his movement technique to get onto the battleship. The sun was already setting in the west, and the stars were shining brightly. Above Yikong, an almost perfect Mingyu hung high. It would be the Mid-Autumn Festival in 3 days. It would be his birthday. Time really flew by. Yi Fan sighed as he walked toward the main hall of the battleship. Greetings, Mr. Yi. When Yi Fan walked to the entrance of the main hall, the two guards at the door immediately bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. Before this, they had only bowed their heads to Yi Fan. Without Yi Fan, the two of them and everyone on Wuji might have been completely devoured by the Nether Spirits. To a certain extent, Yi Fan was their savior. Of course, they had to be extremely respectful to their savior. No need to be so polite, Yi Fan said to the two guards. Yi Fan was a little surprised by the change in their etiquette, but he understood. Whoosh! The two guards respectfully opened the main hall's cabin door. Chapter 828. At this time, the hall of the warship was brightly lit, as bright as day. More than a dozen beautifully designed wooden tables were neatly arranged on both sides, on which were exquisite dishes, fragrant wines, and all kinds of pastries and fruits. All the experts sat in front of the tables, talking and laughing. They were also very happy with the defeat of the Hell Ghosts. In public, apart from a group of 1,000-year-old scourges, there would be no more ghosts running amok on the sea. In private, they had broadened their horizons and learned what it meant by there was always someone better than them. For an expert, what limited their cultivation was not their own techniques, but their own horizons. This time, they had personally witnessed the tyrannical techniques of several great experts and benefited a lot from it. Not only that, but they had also displayed their own techniques and cooperated closely with each other in battle, performing outstandingly. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk after Yi Fan entered the hull of the warship, the cabin door slowly closed behind him. After seeing Yi Fan, all the experts instantly fell silent. They looked at Yi Fan in unison and nodded at him in greeting. In the Battle of the Hell Ghosts, Yi Fan's battle strength had made the experts understand what it meant to have a heaven-defying cultivation base, what it meant to have a supreme technique, and what it meant to be unreachable. When the Nether Ghouls launched their suicidal attacks, the torrential rain of attacks that the experts were unable to withstand was broken by Yi Fan in one move. With one move, all the ghosts were destroyed. This kind of power made these experts, who were usually extremely conceited, wholeheartedly convinced. To be honest, if it were not for Yi Fan, they might have already become part of the Hell Ghosts and would not be sitting here chatting and enjoying a sumptuous banquet. Not only did the experts nod to Yi Fan, but even Onijiro, Chi Yao, Chinkong Iha, and even Yamada Shingo, who was standing behind Matsumoto Takeyoshi, took the initiative to nod to Yi Fan. In this battle, Yi Fan had won everyone's respect, from the experts to the crew. The green-eyed child, the blue-clothed man Kaori Sato, and Chiyao Yamamoto, who had been taught a lesson by Yi Fan, all had respectful expressions on their faces. They did not dare to underestimate Yi Fan. Yi Fan's heaven-defying cultivation base had completely won them over. Humans were a very strange kind of animal. When you were just a little bit stronger than him, he would hate you to the point of gnashing his teeth. He would be eager to tear you into pieces and get rid of you as soon as possible. However, when your strength far surpassed his, he would instead be extremely respectful to you and not dare to act rashly. One word, lowly. When Yi Fan saw the experts nodding their heads at him, he immediately returned their greetings. He returned the greeting as he slowly walked to his seat. Among the experts, one person. Akatsuki. Yi Fan's heart thumped. What about Akatsuki? Where did she go? Why did she not come to the banquet? Could it be that she wanted to commit suicide again? Yi Fan looked calm on the surface, but he was very anxious in his heart. He secretly used his 5 senses to search the entire warship. After a search, Yi Fan's hanging heart was relieved. Akatsuki was still in her cabin. She did not come to the banquet, presumably because she did not want to see him. Yi Fan thought in his heart, "Ha, Buffon, Koen, we were waiting for you." Seeing Yi Fan arrive, Matsumoto Takeyoshi, dressed in a loose gray robe, laughed loudly as he stood up from the main seat. He went down the stairs and directly greeted Yi Fan. Come. Today I will drink 1,000 cups with Buffon Koen." Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who came in front of Yi Fan, enthusiastically pulled Yi Fan's hand and walked towards Yi Fan's seat. Yi Fan's seat was to the left of Matsumoto Takeyoshi, right next to Matsumoto Takeyoshi's seat. Onijiro's seat was to the right of Matsumoto Takeyoshi, also right next to Matsumoto Takeyoshi's seat, opposite of Yi Fan's seat. The two of them could be said to have contributed greatly in the battle at Netherworld. Without Yi Fan, the Netherworld demon's powerful attacks would have been difficult to resist, and without Onijiro, the Netherworld demon's weak points would not have been discovered. If one of the two had been missing, they would not have had today's glorious battle results. Because of this, Matsumoto Takeyoshi arranged for the two of them to sit in the first seat. Chiyao, dressed in black, and Chinkong Iha, dressed in white, sat in the second seat. Chiyao's seat was next to Yi Fan, and Chinkong Iha's seat was next to Onijiro's. Although the two of them did not contribute as much as Yi Fan and Onijiro, their contributions were still outstanding. If they had not stalled for Onijiro and destroyed the Netherworld ghost ship, the Netherworld demons would not have been wiped out so quickly. Moreover, the two of them were powerful, their moves were overbearing, and their auras were grand. They had left a deep impression on Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Sitting in the third seat was Funakoshi Shinichi, dressed in a navy blue robe, and Bama Chanqing, dressed in a white robe. The performance of these two in this battle could be said to be remarkable. Funakoshi Shinichi had broken through the sea with 2 Netherworld ghost ships in one hand, and Bama Chanqing had destroyed the Netherworld ghost ship with a single slash of his blade. Although the two of them were not proficient in killing ghosts and spirits, their battle strength was admirable. "Come, Buffon Koen, sit." Matsumoto Takeyoshi personally brought Yi Fan to his seat and invited Yi Fan to take a seat. Yi Fan was polite to everyone, except for Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Matsumoto Takeyoshi invited him to take a seat, and he did not refuse. He shook his robe and sat cross-legged on the praying mat. Everyone, Matsumoto Takeyoshi returned to his seat, then raised his wine cup and said to the experts, "We were able to win this battle and eliminate the netherworld ghost because of everyone's help. This first cup of wine is a toast to everyone." "Thank you, mister." The experts all raised their cups. "Cheers." Matsumoto Takeyoshi raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. "Cheers." The experts all said in unison and drank the wine in one gulp. The waiter in charge of the banquet began to pour wine for the experts. "This second cup of wine is a toast to Buffon, Kuin, Anamuki Kuin, Ikaka-san, Chiyao, Kuin, and Yamada Kuin." Matsumoto Takeyoshi raised his wine jug and poured wine into his cup as he said, "In this battle, if it weren't for the 5 of you charging at the front, I don't think we would be sitting here drinking wine. This cup of wine is a toast to the 5 of you." After he finished speaking, Matsumoto Takeyoshi put down the wine jug, then picked up the other cup of wine on the table and personally handed it to Shingo Yamada, who was standing behind him. Shingo Yamada nodded at Matsumoto Takeyoshi and took the cup with both hands. "I'll drink first as a toast." Matsumoto Takeyoshi raised his cup to the 5 of them and drank the wine in his cup. "Thank you, Mr. Salmodo." Other than Yi Fan, the 4 of them raised their cups and drank the wine in one gulp. Yi Fan, who was sitting on the praying mat, raised his cup with one hand and raised it to Matsumoto Takeyoshi, then took a sip of the wine in return. Matsumoto Takeyoshi smiled and did not mind at all. "For this third cup of wine, I would like to toast Buffon, Kuin, and Mr. Anamu alone." Matsumoto Takeyoshi filled the cup again, then walked down the stairs with one hand holding the cup and the wine jug in the other. If Buffon, Kuin had not captured hundreds of thousand-year-old spirits alive, and if Mr. Anamu had not seen through the secrets and flaws of the nether spirits' undying bodies under high pressure, I don't think we would have achieved such results and eradicated these scourges that have been harming us for thousands of years. As Matsumoto Takeyoshi spoke, he came in front of Yi Fan, bowed, and filled the empty cup in front of Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan frowned and stood up from his seat. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. Matsumoto Takeyoshi had personally left the table to pour wine for him and to toast him alone. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to express his gratitude. Otherwise, if he sat while Matsumoto Takeyoshi stood and watched while Matsumoto Takeyoshi poured wine for him, that would be too rude. "Buffon, Kuin, I would like to toast you." Matsumoto Takeyoshi raised Yi Fan's cup and handed it to Yi Fan as he spoke solemnly. "Mr. Matsumoto is too polite." Yi Fan took the cup and replied, "The nether spirits have been harming us for thousands of years, and the people have suffered. Everyone has the right to kill them. Even if they did not come this time, if I saw them, I would have done the same." There was a deeper meaning to his words. It meant that he killed the nether spirits on behalf of the heavens, and not just to help Matsumoto Takeyoshi. In other words, even if he helped Matsumoto Takeyoshi, it was to protect the true soul of his beloved wife in the evil cauldron. "Buffon, Kuin cares about the people. Matsumoto admires you." "Cheers." Matsumoto Takeyoshi said as he raised the cup to Yi Fan and drank. Yi Fan drank the wine in one gulp. "Satisfying, satisfying." "Ha!" Matsumoto Takeyoshi laughed loudly. "Buffon, Kuin, please sit." Yi Fan nodded and returned to his seat. Matsumoto Takeyoshi turned and walked to Onajiro. Onajiro stood up from his seat. "Onaguchi-san, we were able to destroy the nether spirits' immortal bodies in this battle because of your superior wisdom. Without your help, the nether spirits would have been endless, and everything would have been in vain. This cup of wine, Matsumoto-san." Matsumoto Takeyoshi said as he poured Onajiro a cup of wine. "Matsumoto-san, this is my duty, and it is my duty." Onajiro replied respectfully. Master's telepathic ability is truly an eye-opener. Matsumoto Takeyoshi handed the wine cup to Onijiro and said, Master's magic is exquisite and unparalleled. Matsumoto admires you greatly. Thank you, Master. Onijiro took the wine cup with both hands and said respectfully, Cheers! Cheers! The two clinked their cups and drank the wine in one gulp. The entire banquet lasted until late at night before it began to disperse. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was in a good mood. He repeatedly clinked cups with the experts and drank until he was dead drunk. During the banquet, he ordered everyone to rest for 3 days. During these 3 days, all the experts could leave the warship and go anywhere freely. All expenses would be covered. After the banquet was over, Yi Fan, wearing a golden crown and black robe, staggered out of the hall. This time, he was really drunk. As the saying goes, wine doesn't intoxicate people, but oneself. Akatsuki's matter made him depressed, so it was natural for him to get drunk easily. In addition, during the banquet, the experts took turns toasting him and calling him brothers. He didn't refuse any of them and drank one cup after another. He could use spirit energy to dispel the wine, but he didn't do so. Instead, he urged his spirit energy to force the wine to his brain. He wanted to get drunk, completely drunk. After waving goodbye to the experts, Yi Fan, who reeked of alcohol, staggered and used his movement technique. Whoosh! Yi Fan soared into the air and flew towards the boat. But this time, he really drank too much. He soared into the air, and he was quite confident, but he didn't adjust his direction well. He flew too high, causing his body to fly over the boat. Plop! Chapter 829. When Yi Fan opened his eyes, he found himself lying in Kono Oda's cabin. His body was covered with a soft blanket. Kono Oda, dressed in white, was sitting next to a stove not far from the door. She was fanning the flames in the stove with a fan. On the stove, a hot soup was boiling. Yi Fan suddenly sat up. He only remembered that he drank a lot of wine last night. He even used his spiritual energy to force the wine to go to his head. He couldn't remember anything else. Now that he was lying on Kono Oda's bed, he was very nervous. He was afraid that he and Kono Oda had an intimate relationship last night. When Yi Fan thought of this, he immediately lifted the blanket on his body to see if he was wearing any clothes. Seeing that he was dressed neatly, Yi Fan let out a long sigh of relief. When Kono Oda saw that Yi Fan had woken up, she immediately came in front of Yi Fan and asked, Sir, you're awake? Why am I here? Yi Fan asked Kono Oda. Sir was drunk last night. When he came back, he accidentally fell into the sea. I was the one who pulled Sir up from the sea. Kono Oda covered her mouth and laughed. The dignified demon king with heaven-defying cultivation and lightning-fast movement skills would accidentally fall into the sea. Of course, it was funny. Me? Fell into the sea? Yi Fan pointed at himself and asked Kono Oda in surprise. Oda Ono covered her mouth and suppressed the urge to laugh as she nodded. Oh my God, Yi Fan couldn't believe it. Sir's cultivation is really amazing. You fell into the sea, but you're still sleeping. There's also a transparent light sphere protecting you. Kono Oda smiled at Yi Fan. If I didn't go out to check, I'm afraid that Sir would still be sleeping in the sea. When Yi Fan fell into the sea, the light sphere in his arms came into effect. It wrapped around him and made him float on the sea. Hearing Kono Oda's words, Yi Fan smiled awkwardly. This was the first time in his life that he had made such a fool of himself. Who saw me fall into the sea? Yi Fan asked Oda Ono. Don't worry, sir. I'm the only one who saw it. No one else will know about it. Oda Ono smiled. That's good. That's good. Yi Fan muttered to himself as he nodded. Fortunately, this matter was not seen by others. Otherwise, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? After you pull me on board, I didn't do anything else, right? Yi Fan tactfully asked Oda Ono. He was so drunk last night that even if he did something out of line, he wouldn't know. Oda Ono blushed and shook her head. The stone in Yi Fan's heart fell to the ground. Fortunately, he did not lose his integrity in his old age. What are you cooking? Yifan changed the topic and asked Oda Ono. "Oh, I saw that Sir reeked of alcohol, so I cooked a hangover soup for you." Oda Ono said to Yifan, "Wait here. I'll go get you a bowl." "No need, I'm fine." Yifan stopped Oda Ono and said. It was too easy for him to sober up. With just a thought, he could circulate his spirit energy, and the smell of alcohol on his body would naturally disappear. "You drank so much, and you still say you're fine," Oda Ono said as she walked to the stove. She poured a bowl of hangover soup for Yifan and handed it to Yifan. "I already said that I'm fine. If you don't believe me, take a look." Seeing that Oda Ono did not believe him, Yifan immediately circulated the spirit energy in his body. As soon as the spirit energy circulated, the alcohol in Yifan's body quickly dissipated. The redness on his face quickly dissipated, and the smell of alcohol on his body also disappeared. The scene in front of her stunned Oda Ono, who was holding the bowl of hangover soup. Her eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. To her, Yifan's move was like a magic trick. "What time is it now?" Yifan stood up and asked Oda Ono. "It's now the hour of the moon. It's almost dawn." Oda Ono recovered and replied, "Matsumoto Takeyoshi has given us 3 days to rest. Within these 3 days, we are free to leave the ship," Yifan said to Oda Ono. "I have to go out and do some business during these 3 days. You don't have to wait for me. I'll be back in 3 days." "Yes, sir," Oda Ono replied. Whoosh! Yifan used his movement technique, and his figure instantly disappeared. Seeing that Yifan had disappeared into thin air, Oda Ono felt a sense of loss. At this moment, she suddenly understood how Akatsuki felt. High up in the sky, the silver-haired and golden-crowned Yifan stepped on the auspicious clouds. His black robe fluttered in the wind as he flew toward the southwest at lightning speed. His destination was Pear Blossom Palace. These 3 days of freedom were simply too precious for him. He had decided to spend 2 days with his beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chiko, in Pear Blossom Palace. As for the remaining day, he would return to Phoenix Cry Mountain and focus on cultivating the second and third stages of the proud Moon Heavenly Scripture. During the battle with the Netherworld ghosts, he had unleashed all of his devil soul. For the first time, he had fully transformed into the Devil King. Since then, the devil soul in his primordial spirit had been looking for every opportunity to influence his mind and take over his spiritual altar. This time, on the 15th of August, he was going to cultivate the second and third stages of the proud Moon Heavenly Scripture, the waning moon chapter and the full moon chapter. The reason why he did this was, firstly, to balance the yang qi in his body, and secondly, to raise his cultivation to a higher level. Most importantly, after cultivating the proud Moon Heavenly Scripture to the third stage, the devil soul's evil qi in his body would be suppressed. With the third stage of the mysterious sky secret and the third stage of the proud Moon Heavenly Scripture, the two great spiritual powers complemented each other. They should be able to keep his mind clear. However, this matter was simple. When he cultivated the third stage of the proud Moon Heavenly Scripture, the full moon chapter, he would attract another heavenly tribulation. Only the heavens knew if the proud Moon Heavenly Scripture's heavenly tribulation and the mysterious sky secret's heavenly tribulation were the same. It was said that the higher one's cultivation, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. It was different from the devil-slaying conference. Right now, his body already had another kind of strong power. That was the heavenly, baleful power. Yifan had yet to fully master this new power that had just entered his body. He did not dare to use it easily. The reason was simple: the mysterious sky secret, the proud Moon Heavenly Scripture, and the heavenly demon's power. These 3 great skills were all cultivated by him, but the heavenly, baleful power was not. This strong power entered his body on its own accord when he received the heavenly meteorite. Because of this, the 2 great powers in Yifan's body were in an extremely delicate balance. The third stage of the mysterious sky secret and the first stage of the proud moon heavenly scripture. These two great powers were able to resist the heavenly demons, evil chi, and the newly entered heavenly baleful power. Even the powerful evil chi that was born with the first seal that Shui Ziwen broke also divided a part of its power and joined a righteous faction. The evil chi suppressed the evil chi. Fortunately, the evil chi did not stand together with the heavenly demons, evil chi, and the heavenly baleful power. Otherwise, Yifan would not be so clear-headed right now. Right now, cultivating the waning moon chapter and full moon chapter of the proud moon heavenly scripture was the most important thing. The heavenly tribulation in 3 days, he must endure it. Yifan thought in his heart, and increased the speed of the auspicious clouds under his feet. After half an hour, he entered the sky of Miao Stockade Village. At this time, dark clouds began to gather under his feet. The dark clouds rolled and surged. Within the clouds, the sound of thunder could be faintly heard. A heavy rain was coming. Yifan increased the height of the auspicious clouds under his feet by several tens of feet and continued to step on the clouds. Very quickly, he arrived at the sky of Pear Blossom Palace. The rumbling of the waterfall could be heard clearly. Yifan dispersed the auspicious clouds under his feet, and at the same time, activated his movement skill. Swish, Yifan turned into a dazzling white ray of light, piercing through the clouds and lightning as he charged towards the rumbling waterfall below. Whoosh, following the appearance of the water-repelling light ball, Yifan turned into a white ray of light and rushed into the waterfall. Outside the main entrance of the Pear Blossom Palace, 2 huge pythons, one red and one green, were coiled up on the left and right, guarding the palace gate. They raised their giant python heads, spitting out their blood-red tongues, and vigilantly looked outside. The 2 giant pythons had already sensed the baleful aura and killing intent. Swish! With a flash of starlight, Yifan's figure appeared at the entrance of Pear Blossom Palace, standing in front of the 2 giant pythons. Hiss! Hiss! After Yifan appeared, the 2 giant pythons were first stunned, then they began to circle around Yifan. Because he had transformed into the demon monarch form, the aura that Yifan was emitting still contained the remnant spiritual energy of the demon monarch form. The killing intent that the 2 spirit pythons sensed earlier was because of this. Xiao Hong, Xiao Chui, it's me. Don't you recognize me? Yifan said to the 2 spirit pythons that were constantly circling around him. Hiss, hiss. The 2 giant pythons stopped in front of Yifan and hissed at Yifan. Yifan frowned. He did not understand what the 2 spirit pythons meant. It was true that his cultivation was heaven-defying, but he did not understand the beast language. They're asking you why Xiao Zhao did not come. Swish! 2 beautiful figures appeared behind Yifan as a sweet and melodious voice rang out. These 2 people were none other than the head disciple of Pear Blossom Palace, Jinshan, and Yifan's first wife, Fujiwara no Chiko. Grandma, Chiko. Yifan turned around and happily said to the 2 of them, "Didn't you miss your husband?" Jinshan smiled at Fujiwara no Chiko and said, "Now that your husband is here, why are you still not going?" "Husband." The beautiful Fujiwara no Chiko shouted as she happily pounced on Yifan. Although she only had the intelligence of a child of a few years old, she still knew who was good to her and who was caring for her. Especially after coming in contact with Yifan several times, Fujiwara no Chiko truly felt that Yifan was good to her. This kind of good was completely different from Jinshan's good to her. Ever since Yifan left last time, she had been thinking about Yifan almost every day. Whenever she thought about Yifan, her heart would uncontrollably thump and her face would unconsciously reveal a smile. Although she did not know why she was like this, she enjoyed this feeling very much. Chiko. Yifan hugged Fujiwara no Chiko, who was pouncing on him, and spun around in the air. Fujiwara no Chiko raised her head and looked at Yifan with her pair of clear and beautiful eyes and said loudly, "Husband, I missed you so much." She was now like a child and did not have the concept of shyness. She said whatever was in her heart. Chapter 830. Yi Fan spent 2 days and 2 nights with his beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chiko. In these 2 days, it could be said that the two of them never left each other's side. During the day, Yi Fan brought Fujiwara no Chiko with him as they traveled through the world's famous mountains and great rivers, enjoying the scenery and rivers. At night, the two of them returned to Pear Blossom Palace and snuggled up to each other, their ears rubbing against each other like glue. As their relationship heated up, the two of them naturally performed the ceremony of husband and wife, enjoying each other's company. Although Fujiwara no Chiko didn't understand what was going on between the two of them, she became even more infatuated with Yi Fan. She snuggled up to Yi Fan the entire night, using her pink arms to hook around Yi Fan's neck, afraid that Yi Fan would suddenly leave her. Yi Fan also took care of Fujiwara no Chiko in every possible way, doting on her in every possible way. He taught Fujiwara no Chiko step by step how to make sugar-coated haws, causing Fujiwara no Chiko to cheer and clap her hands. He even brought Fujiwara no Chiko to the bottom of the sea, accompanying her to enjoy the underwater scenery. In a trance, Yi Fan suddenly felt that he had returned to the days in the Lingyun cave. Peaceful, happy, and carefree days. Looking at the loving couple, Jin-chan sighed with emotion and envy. It would be great if she could live such a life with Yi in one day. The happier the time, the more fleeting it felt. 2 days and nights passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the 3rd day. On the spacious rosewood bed, Yi Fan and Fujiwara no Chiko snuggled together naked. Fujiwara no Chiko was lying in Yi Fan's arms, sleeping soundly. Yi Fan opened his eyes, lovingly looking at his lovely wife in his arms, his face full of love and reluctance. It was time for him to leave. Yi Fan thought as he gently pulled his arm out from under Fujiwara no Chiko's head. Then, he covered Fujiwara no Chiko's naked body with a soft blanket. He gently got off the bed, picked up the clothes scattered on the floor, and put them on one by one. After putting on his clothes, Yi Fan slowly walked in front of Fujiwara no Chiko. He reached out and tucked Fujiwara no Chiko's hair behind her ear. He then gently kissed Fujiwara no Chiko's forehead. After a night of entanglement, Fujiwara no Chiko, who had finally found the sweet dew after a long drought, was now completely exhausted and was sleeping soundly. "Chiko, wait for me to come back," Yi Fan said to Fujiwara no Chiko in his heart. Looking at his lovely wife in front of him, his eyes reddened. He steeled his heart, stood up, turned around, and walked out the door. At the entrance of Pear Blossom Palace, the beautiful Jin-chan in a pink floral dress was waiting for Yi Fan. "Granny." Yi Fan with red eyes came in front of Jin-chan and shouted, "You're leaving. Granny is here to send you off." Jin-chan said to Yi Fan. Yi Fan pursed his lips and nodded. "What? Can't bear to leave." Looking at Yi Fan's red eyes, Jin-chan asked Yi Fan with a smile. Yi Fan smiled, but didn't say anything. Of course he couldn't bear to leave. "Silly child, listen to Granny's advice. Don't be greedy for the present. Think more about the future," Jin-chan said to Yi Fan earnestly. "You have already found 6 divine cauldrons. With 3 more, you can comprehend the ancient secret technique on the divine cauldron pattern. Only by comprehending the secret technique and saving Chiko's true soul can you and your wife be truly reunited. Before that, you must not slack off, understand?" "I know, Granny." Yi Fan wiped his tears with his sleeve and said, "Good child, hurry up and leave." Jin-chan continued to say to Yi Fan, "Chiko, don't worry. As long as I am here, she will be safe and sound. Granny, we have been troubling you. We don't know how to thank you." Yi Fan said to Jin-chan with a choked voice. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. From beginning to end, Jin-chan had been doing her best to help him and his wife. He had traveled thousands of miles to save people, removing the yin-yang goo for his beloved wife. He had fought voodoo to prevent voodoo from hurting him. He had shaken the soul to help his beloved wife recover her memory. He had risked his life to fight the yellow-robed Taoist at the demon-slaying conference. Now that his beloved wife's soul was incomplete, She had done her best to help him take care of his wife. All of these things, all of them have been done with Jinshan's help, and all of them have been done with Jinshan's full effort. To put it bluntly, without Jinshan, there would be no life for his beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chiko. Without Jinshan, he and Fujiwara no Chiko would never have become husband and wife. The two of them owed Jinshan too much. Thinking of this, Yifan opened his arms and hugged Jinshan tightly. Faced with Yifan's hug, Jinshan was somewhat surprised. Her eyes widened, her face full of shock. "Granny, take care. I will come back to see you often," Yifan said in a choked voice as he hugged Jinshan. Jinshan, who was being hugged tightly by Yifan, smiled in relief. Yifan's hug was not the kind of hug between a man and a woman, but the kind of hug between a junior and a senior. This child was straightforward, loyal, and unruly, quite similar to the style of Eldritch in the past. Jinshan, who was lying on Yifan's shoulder, patted Yifan's back and said with a smile, Okay, let's hurry on. When that lovely wife of yours wakes up, let's see how you'll get away." "I don't want to call you Granny anymore," Yifan whispered as he hugged Jinshan. If you don't call me Granny, then what do you want to call me?" Jinshan frowned as she asked Yifan. "I want to call you Granny." Yifan leaned over to Jinshan's ear and said with a smile. As he spoke, he let go of Jinshan, then activated his movement technique and soared into the sky with a whoosh. You child, you really," seeing Yifan soar into the sky. Jinshan's face flushed red, and she could not say a single word. Yifan's strong hug did not even make her blush, but this Granny made her blush. How could she not want to become Yi Yun's wife and Yifan's Granny? Hopefully, there would be a day when Yifan would be able to call her Granny legitimately. High up in the sky, Yifan smiled and waved at Jinshan below. Then he pushed aside the auspicious clouds, turned the cloud around, and flew in the direction of the Lingyun cave. After bidding farewell to Jinshan, Yifan flew all the way, chasing after the wind and lightning. In less than an hour, he arrived above Fengming Mountain. However, just as he was about to disperse the auspicious clouds and land, an extremely domineering spiritual pressure suddenly appeared. Whoosh! Yifan stopped the auspicious clouds and narrowed his eyes. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at the distant sky behind him. For some reason, he was very familiar with this domineering spiritual pressure, but he could not remember who it was. "Since you're already here, why don't you show yourself?" Yifan's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the clouds dozens of miles away and said calmly. The domineering spiritual pressure came from the clouds. Obviously, the person who came was a top-notch expert. "It's only been 2 years since we last met. I didn't expect you to have grown to such an extent. It's really hard to believe." A clear voice came from the clouds dozens of miles away. The voice resounded in the sky and echoed endlessly. Yifan felt that this voice was even more familiar, but he still could not guess the identity of the person who came. Whoosh! Just as Yifan was feeling suspicious, a ball of golden flames broke through the clouds in the distant sky region. It was like a golden meteor that was heading straight for Yifan. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and the golden tail it left behind was more than 10 feet long. Even Yifan was shocked by such an amazing speed. What a powerful cultivation base. What a powerful movement technique. Yifan thought to himself. He immediately focused his eyes and looked at the golden flame coming toward him. Buzz! Yifan's eyes flashed, and he instantly saw the appearance of the expert in the golden flame. Yifan was shocked when he saw it. It was actually him. Yifan frowned. No wonder he was so familiar with this spiritual pressure. Whoosh! The golden flame reached Yifan in the blink of an eye. It was less than 300 feet away. Before the flame arrived, the wind had already arrived. Whoosh! Yifan's silver hair fluttered high up in the sky. His black robe fluttered in the wind, making flapping sounds. Yifan stood on the auspicious clouds and did not move at all in the face of the opponent's rapid charge. Whoosh! When the golden flame was less than 3 feet away from Yifan, it suddenly stopped. Whoosh, as the golden flame gradually dissipated, a middle-aged man appeared in the sky opposite Yi Fan. This person was wearing a loose red robe and brown wooden clogs with white socks. He had a white jade belt around his waist and 3 Japanese swords of different lengths. His face was as pale as paper, and his lips were as red as blood. His eyes were red and white, making people shudder in fear. 9 golden chrysanthemums were embroidered on his loose red robe. This person was none other than the 9 Lives Cat demon that was subdued by Yi Ming in the battle at the Yi family's ancestral mansion 2 years ago. He was one of the 9 demons under Xie Tian, Kuju, Junichiro. "It's you," Yi Fan said with a frown. Yi Fan was surprised by this person's reappearance. This person's spiritual energy was so strong that it was incomparable to when he was at the Yi family's ancestral mansion. In 2 years, this person's cultivation had increased by several times. "It seems like you still remember me." Kuju Junichiro's bloody lips curled up as he smiled at Yi Fan. 2 years ago, you were just an ordinary spirit chi expert. Now, you've already passed the heavenly tribulation and even become the Demon King. You're even equipped with supreme techniques. You didn't come all the way to the great Ming dynasty just to praise me, right? Yi Fan asked Kuju Junichiro directly. "Could it be that you're also here to take my head and give it to your master, Xie Tian?" "Bufon Kuan, you're mistaken." Kuju Junichiro immediately waved his hand and smiled when he heard Yi Fan's question. "I came to the great Ming dynasty this time because great god Xie Tian wasn't here. I came here secretly to see you and Yi Ming Kuan. However, Yi Ming Kuan isn't at Eagle's distress peak right now, so I could only come to see you. You came to see me and Yi Zhu, or did you come secretly?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and asked Kuju Junichiro in return. "That's right," Kuju Junichiro replied. Yi Fan didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly stared at Kuju Junichiro. He was observing whether Kuju Junichiro was lying. Kuju Junichiro smiled and allowed Yi Fan to observe him. "When did you go to Eagle's distress peak?" Yi Fan asked. 5 days ago, Kuju Junichiro replied. "How did you know I was here?" Yi Fan asked again. "I saw that Yi Ming Kuan wasn't at Eagle's distress peak, so I came directly to the East Sea. I hid my tracks and looked for an opportunity to talk to you," Kuju Junichiro replied. "Then why didn't you show yourself?" Yi Fan continued asking. "Yagi Ryuk is also in the East Sea. I didn't want him to discover me," Kuju Junichiro replied. "He's also in the East Sea?" Yi Fan asked with a frown. "Yes," Kuju Junichiro replied. Chapter 831. First, after the battle with you last time, Long Jijia has remained in the Eastern Sea. This is no longer a secret. Second, my concealment technique is unmatched in the 9 Monster 10 guards. That Long Jijia is indeed strong, but as long as I want to, he cannot sense me. Of course, the premise is that I cannot approach the sea. Cannot approach the sea? What is the reason for this? Yi Fan asked Juju Junichiro back. Long Jijia is the reincarnation of the great god Amaterasu's black dragon. The so-called dragon soars through the 4 seas, and the phoenix soars through the 9 heavens. To Long Jijia, no movement on the sea can escape his ears. If I approach the sea, he will naturally discover my whereabouts. Juju Junichiro explained with a smile. "This means that you have been following me these past few days?" Yi Fan asked with raised brows. "It can be considered so." Juju Junichiro smiled and said, "When you left the Eastern Sea, I kept a distance of 500 miles from you. I was prepared to meet you again after leaving the Eastern Sea, but I saw that you were in a rush and seemed to have something urgent, so I did not dare disturb you." "You also followed me to the Pear Blossom Palace?" Yi Fan asked with a frown. This Juju Junichiro's concealment technique was truly strong. After following him for so many days, he actually did not sense him at all, but thinking about it, it was quite reasonable. This fellow was a 1,000-year cat demon that had already cultivated 6 tails. Cats were born with the ability to hide themselves, coming and going without a trace. Normal cats were like this, not to mention a 1,000-year cat demon. Yifan was not worried about anything else. He was only worried that this fellow would discover the location of the Pear Blossom Palace. It had to be known that his beloved wife was in the Pear Blossom Palace. If Xietian and the others found out about this, it was very likely that they would do something bad to his beloved wife. Lord Buffon, relax. After you entered the Miao territory, I did not follow you anymore. Zhuju Junichiro waved his hand and said with a smile. Why? Yifan asked. Although Pear Blossom Palace is isolated from the rest of the world and doesn't have many people, their 5 elements magic arts and ancient witchcraft arts are the best in the world. Their 5 great experts of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth all have unique skills and extremely high cultivations. Especially that Jinshan. She's really not someone to be trifled with, Kuju, Junichiro said. She's proficient in the language of beasts and birds. In front of her, all birds, beasts, fish, and insects have to listen obediently and be used by her. My concealment technique is flawless in front of others, but in front of her, it's like looking at an object in the palm of her hand. I'm afraid that before I even enter the Miao Stockade Village, she will know my whereabouts. Kuju Junichiro was right. No matter how powerful his cultivation was, he was still just a cat. If Pear Blossom Palace claimed to be second in the arts of birds, beasts, fishes, and insects, no one would dare to claim to be first. Before he cultivated the 9 tails, there was no way he could hide himself from Jinshan. After Yifan heard this, he was first shocked in his heart. Then he slowly nodded his head. He knew that Jinshan's witchcraft arts cultivation was extremely high, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Even Kuju Junichiro, one of the 9 demons under Xietian, didn't dare to act rashly in front of her. A Jinshan is already like this. If I meet her teacher, Pear Blossom Palace's headmaster Tian Kanzi, I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to escape, Kuju Junichiro said to Yifan with a smile. Tell me, would I dare to take a step into the Miao Stockade Village? After saying so much, why are you looking for me? Yifan asked. Kuju Junichiro's words, regardless of the time, place, or reason, were all seamless without any flaws, so Yifan believed what he said. I came to find you because I have a few things to tell you. Kuju Junichiro stopped smiling and said to Yifan seriously. What's the matter? Yifan asked. It's about the 9 cauldrons, the bellkeeper, Matsumoto Takeyoshi, and your previous life's older brother, Yichio, Kuju Junichiro said calmly. After hearing this, Yifan was instantly shocked. Kuju Junichiro's short sentence contained all of the important information. It even included his previous life's older brother, who sealed his evil energy, Yichio. He didn't expect that Kuju Junichiro would be able to find out about Yichio so quickly. One had to know that this secret was only known to a few of the people involved, and this matter had already happened more than 20 years ago. Let's talk about the first thing, the 9 cauldrons. Kuju Junichiro said, I know that on the surface, you are helping Matsumoto Takeyoshi find cauldrons, but in reality, you are looking for cauldrons for yourself. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, you should have already found a few god cauldrons, am I right? Yifan's pupils instantly shrunk. Everything was actually said by this guy in front of him. How'd he know? Yifan couldn't figure it out. It seems that I guessed right. Seeing Yifan's shocked expression, Kuju Junichiro nodded and smiled. How did you know about this? Yifan composed himself and asked Kuju Junichiro. I'm not the only one who knows about this. Matsumoto Takeyoshi also knows about this. Kuju Junichiro continued with a smile. It's just that he didn't expose you. What? Yifan's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Matsumoto Takeyoshi actually knows about this. How is that possible? How could Matsumoto Takeyoshi know about this? I've been keeping this a secret all this while. So how could he know about this? Yifan's eyes widened as he stood rooted to the ground, his face turning pale. What's going on? Yifan raised his head and asked Kuju Junichiro with a frown. How did you find out about this? Matsumoto Takeyoshi found out about this not because you gave yourself away, but because you were too smart. You did everything flawlessly, but in the end, your cleverness backfired on you. Kuju, Junichiro said to Yifan. My cleverness backfired on me? What do you mean? Yifan asked. You helped Matsumoto Takeyoshi search for the 9 cauldrons for so long, but in the end, you didn't even find a single divine cauldron for him. With Matsumoto Takeyoshi's scheming mind, do you think he'll believe you? Kuju Junichiro asked Yifan. Why wouldn't he believe you? Yifan asked Kuju Junichiro. Since ancient times, countless people have searched for the 9 cauldrons. Who found them? Didn't the experts around Matsumoto Takeyoshi also fail to find them? Why do you suspect me? You underestimate Matsumoto Takeyoshi too much, Kuju Junichiro said as he stepped into the air and appeared in front of Yifan. He stared at Yifan with a pair of red and white eyes and said, Remember, he's Matsumoto Takeyoshi, not those people since ancient times. Even if those people's scheming minds were added together, they wouldn't be able to match up to half of Matsumoto Takeyoshi's brain. Also, how do you know those experts didn't find the divine cauldrons? If they found the divine cauldrons, would they tell you? Yifan's body trembled as he looked at Kuju Junichiro in shock. You mean? Yifan seemed to understand what Kuju Junichiro was saying. Let me tell you, the number of divine cauldrons Matsumoto Takeyoshi has found is no less than yours. Kuju Junichiro said something shocking again. Thump, thump, thump. Kuju Junichiro's words shocked Yifan so much that he took a few steps back. If it wasn't for the auspicious clouds supporting him in time, he would have fallen from the clouds. Impossible. Impossible. Yifan's face was pale as he lowered his head and muttered to himself. Matsumoto Takeyoshi hadn't found a single divine cauldron, so how could he have found more than him? Impossible? Why is it impossible? Kuju Junichiro sneered. Why don't you think about it? If he has clues about the divine cauldrons, why didn't he send his confidants instead of you? Is it because your cultivation is the highest and your spiritual energy is the strongest? Yifan stared blankly at Kuju Junichiro, waiting for him to continue. Let me tell you, he's using you as the vanguard. Kuju Junichiro continued to speak to Yifan. Every time you find a divine cauldron and obtain the patterns on the cauldron, someone will mark the location of the divine cauldron as soon as you leave. Then, they will report the information to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. You're saying that someone has been following me? Yifan asked Kuju Junichiro in shock. They're not following you, they're watching you. Kuju Junichiro looked up as he spoke. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at him from above. Keep an eye on me? Yifan asked. He was a little confused. With his current cultivation, who would be able to keep an eye on him within 100 miles without being discovered? Watching you. Kuju Junichiro looked up and said, If they want to see you, they can see you even if you're thousands of miles away. Who? Who is it? Yifan asked in shock. He immediately looked up. To be able to see someone from thousands of miles away, how strong was their cultivation? This was something that even he could not do. In the sky above, there was nothing but white clouds. Ghost I Thousand Seeker. Kuju Junichiro said to Yifan with a serious expression. Ghost I Thousand Seeker? Yifan asked Kuju Junichiro with a frown. Based on the name, it should be a woman. She's called Kongbu Thousand Seeker, great god Xie Tian's personal maid. She was born with a pair of unique eyes. Kuju Junichiro looked at Yifan and said, Her left eye is the ghost eye and her right eye is the heavenly eye. Her eyesight is very strong. At the age of 7, she could see thousands of miles away, overlooking both the yin and yang realms. Every time you're on a mission, she knows your every move like the back of her hand. After Yifan heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. It was no wonder Kuju Junichiro said that someone was watching him and not following him. Hearing the word watching, Yifan felt a chill run down his spine for the first time. Ghost I Thousand Seeker. Yifan said this and remembered this name in his heart. This person's eyesight was very strong. It was incredible. Compared to Fujita Takashi, who was also good at eyesight, he was simply blind. Since she has this kind of talent, then you coming to see me, wouldn't you be able to escape her eyes? Yifan asked Kuju Junichiro. You could be assured about this. She will not sell me out. Kuju Junichiro said to Yifan with a smile. Why? Yifan asked in a confused voice. Because she's my fiancée, Kuju Junichiro said with a smile. Chapter 832. Ghost Eye's Thousand Seeker is she your fiancée? Yifan asked Kuju Junichiro in surprise. That's right. Kuju Junichiro looked at Yifan and replied with a smile. Great God Xietian has two personal maids. One is Ghost Eye's Thousand Seeker, who was given to me as my fiancée. The other is Morning Blade Yukime, who is Great God's personal bodyguard. If you meet her in the future, don't underestimate her, because she's a woman. Her blade technique is not a joke. Over 1,000 years ago, when Great God Xietian subdued her, she cut his pinky finger with a single slash. There's still a bloody wound even now. Her battle strength has even surpassed the 9 demons' 10 guards. Morning Blade Yukime? Over 1,000 years ago, Yifan asked Kuju Junichiro with a shocked expression. What is her background? She actually has this kind of battle strength? To be able to injure Xietian, Yifan found it hard to imagine how high her cultivation was, especially when the other party was a woman. This woman is the reincarnation of a blade demon from ancient Japan. When she was born, she held a short blade in her hand. Kuju Junichiro's smile disappeared as he said to Yifan with a serious expression, This blade is called the Morning Blade. It's incomparably sharp and has unparalleled battle strength. It can even injure Great God Xietian's indestructible body. Moreover, this blade has a special ability, which is that it can be long and short when desired. It can also break through spiritual energy. In the past, Great God Xietian suffered a loss from this Morning Blade, so he was accidentally injured by it. Long when desired, short when desired. It can even break through spiritual energy? Yifan asked Kuju Junichiro with a frown. In his life, he had seen and heard of no less than 100 magical weapons, but this was the first time he had heard of a weapon that could change its length at will, not to mention breaking through spiritual energy. When Yukime's Morning Blade isn't in use, it will become the size of a chopstick and will be inserted into Yukime's hair bun. When it's used as a weapon, it can instantly become large and long at will. Kuju Junichiro raised his head to look at the sky and calmly said, I once had the fortune to see Yukime use this blade. That scene was simply unbelievable, and I gasped in amazement. Have you seen her blade technique? Yifan asked Kuju Junichiro. That was during Great God Xietian's 5,000th birthday banquet. At that time, Daitengu was drunk and made a small request to Great God Xietian. This request was for Yuki to display her mysterious blade technique and open everyone's eyes. Kuju Junichiro recalled and said, Daitengu's suggestion was supported by the other members of the 9 Demon 10 guards. After all, everyone wanted to know how strong Yuki's blade technique was, being able to injure Great God Xietian's pinky finger. And then, Yifan asked. Great God Xietian smiled at that time and agreed to Daitengu's request. Juju Junichiro continued. Great God picked up an apple from the fruit platter in front of him with a faint smile and threw it to Daitengu. Throwing an apple? Yifan said with a frown. He didn't know why Xietian would suddenly do this. Daitengu reached out to catch the apple and placed it in his mouth, preparing to take a bite. However, at that moment, Yuki's blade came out. When Kuju Junichiro said this, his face instantly became serious. What blade technique did she use? Yifan asked Kuju Junichiro. Kuju Junichiro shook his head. I didn't see how Yuki's blade came out. Kuju Junichiro's eyes looked straight as he said, I only saw a red, glowing blade instantly pierce through the apple in Daitengu's mouth. The blade was less than an inch away from Daitengu's open mouth. Such a fast movement technique, Yifan said in a shocked voice. He had personally experienced Daitengu's cultivation. This person's cultivation was very high. It was almost on par with Yagyu Ryuk. In a situation where she didn't leave the Jade Throne, she was able to force him to use all his skills, to be able to instantly pierce through the apple in Daitengu's hand. How fast was Yuki's movement technique to do this? Movement technique? Humph, humph. Kuju Junichiro looked at Yi Fan with a bitter smile and said, Yuki didn't leave her spot at all. How could she use her movement technique? What? Didn't leave her spot? Then her blade? Yi Fan asked in a confused voice. Great God Xietian is sitting on the Seven Treasures throne, being over 10 feet away from the Daitengu, and Shueji is standing behind the great god. Kuju Junichiro continued to say, the blade is in Shueji's hand, and the blade has already pierced through the apple in the Daitengu's hand. This also means that she instantly turned the chopstick-sized blade over 10 feet long. Moreover, whether it was the angle of attack, the speed of the blade, the timing of the attack, or the strength of the attack, it was all precise and perfect. Drawing the blade, activating the blade, and piercing through. Yuki's series of actions, other than Great God Xietian and my fiancé, Ghost Eyes Thousand Seeker, no one in the 9 Demon 10 Guards could see it clearly. Thinking of the scene from before, Kuju Junichiro still had a lingering fear in his heart. He would never be able to forget the shocked expression on Daitengu's face. He would never be able to forget the silence of the 9 demons and 10 guards. He would never be able to forget the bizarre smile on Yuki's face when she slowly pulled her katana out of the apple. Her blade was too fast, so fast that even if people saw it with their own eyes, they still could not believe it. If her blade had been a few inches longer, Daitengu's neck would have been the same as the apple in his hand, piercing through it. It had to be known that he was Daitengu, the Daitengu whose cultivation was at the top of the 9 Demon 10 Guards. The reincarnation of the Blade Demon, the Morning Blade, Yuki-ji. Her name was well-deserved. Yuki-ji's display at the banquet made the arrogant 9 Demon 10 Guards treat Great God Xietian's blade-wielding maid with great respect. They looked at her in a new light, not daring to look down on her. As for Yuki-ji herself, she was just like before, silent, low-key, cold, and polite. After hearing Kuju Junichiro's words, Yi Fan's mouth was half open, not saying a single word for a while. If you meet her in the future, you have to be careful and not underestimate her. The speed of her blade is not something you can imagine. Kuju Junichiro came out of his memories and warned Yi Fan. After you meet her, the first thing you have to do is to use your spiritual energy to protect yourself. Your heavenly tribulation and heavenly demon powers are incomparably overbearing. Perhaps you can block her blade. Yi Fan with a pale face nodded. Daitengu's cultivation was already incredible, but now this blade demon reincarnated blade, Yuki-ji, had the ability to instantly kill Daitengu. If a maid was like this, then wouldn't Xietian's cultivation be heaven-defying? My fiancé has been following Great God Xietian's orders to keep an eye on your whereabouts. She has also sent the news of you finding the divine cauldron to Matsumoto Takeyoshi through mind energy. I can't help you with this. Kuju Junichiro said to Yi Fan. After all, Great God Xietian is Qianxuan's life savior, so Qianxuan's loyalty to the Great God is reasonable. Even if it is me, I can't shake her loyalty to the Great God. Yi Fan nodded with a frown. Kuju Junichiro was already putting himself in danger by telling him all these shocking secrets. He couldn't force him to do anything. But thinking about how his whereabouts had been completely exposed, Yi Fan couldn't help feeling depressed. How could he find the cauldron in the future? But don't worry, I can teach you a method that won't be discovered. As long as you follow my instructions, even Qianxuan can't do anything to you. Seeing Yi Fan's depressed expression, Kuju Junichiro said to Yi Fan with a smile. What method? Yi Fan looked up at Kuju Junichiro and asked in an anxious voice. Qianxuan's ghost eye and heaven's eye are indeed powerful, making it hard for people to avoid them. But for you, avoiding her surveillance isn't that hard. Kuju Junichiro said to Yi Fan. What method is it? Yi Fan asked in an anxious voice. It's very simple. Your heavenly demonic energy can do it. Kuju Junichiro said with a smile. Heavenly demonic energy? Kuju Junichiro's words confused Yifan. Let me ask you, does the heavenly demonic energy have a mysterious power that can reconstruct a physical body with a drop of blood? Kuju Junichiro asked Yifan. That's right, the heavenly demonic energy does have such an ability. But what does that have to do with avoiding your wife's surveillance? Yifan was even more confused now. Haha, Buffon, Kuin, you're truly smart for your entire life, but foolish for this moment. Kuju Junichiro laughed out loud. Since Buffon, Kuin has such a miraculous ability, why don't you create a few more substitutes? Substitutes? Yifan frowned and asked in return. Use a few drops of your blood to create a few more bodies and control them to head to different locations. No matter how strong Qianxuan is, she won't be able to monitor people at different locations at the same time. This way, your movements won't be affected at all. But of course, the more bodies you create, the safer you'll be. Kuju Junichiro explained to Yifan the method to deal with Ghost I Qianxuan. That's a good idea. Yifan was elated. This way, Ghost I Qianxuan wouldn't be able to determine which one was the real him. Matsumoto Takeyoshi wouldn't be able to find out if he had found the divine tripod. Why are you helping me like this? While feeling happy, Yifan asked the question that had been bothering him. As one of the 10 guards under Xietian, why would Kuju Junichiro tell him so much inside information? He even told him how to avoid being monitored by his fiancée. Why would he do that? Why would he help him? Yifan couldn't think of a reason for Kuju Junichiro's actions. My life was given by Yiming Kuin. If he didn't show mercy back then, I would have died under his demonic blade. Kuju Junichiro explained to Yifan. Yiming Kuin's cultivation is heaven-defying, and he lives in seclusion at Eagle's Distress Peak. I have nothing to repay him with. You're a descendant of a Yi family, and someone that Yiming Kuin cares deeply about. By helping you, I'm repaying Yiming Kuin. Actually, I wanted to tell this to Yiming Kuin and let him pass it to you. But since he's not at Eagle's Distress Peak, I can only tell you personally. Yifan's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He didn't expect Kuju Junichiro to be so grateful and righteous. Chapter 833. What I'm going to tell you next is about the guardians of the 9 divine cauldrons, the 9 bell keepers. Kuju Junichiro changed the topic and spoke to Yifan. You actually know about the 9 bell keepers? Yifan looked up at Kuju Junichiro and asked with a frown. Do you know why great god Xietian sent me to the Yi family's ancestral home to steal the weapon forging manual and not anyone else? Kuju Junichiro asked Yifan with a smile. Yifan shook his head. I don't dare to say that I know everything about your Huaxia culture, but I can be considered knowledgeable, Kuju Junichiro said with a smile. I've lived for almost 2,000 years, and I've spent most of my time in your Huaxia. I know your history very well. And that's why the great god sent me to help Matsumoto Takeyoshi snatch the armament forging manual. If he sent someone who didn't know anything about it, how would they be able to tell if the armament forging manual was real or fake? As for the divine inscriptions engraved in the 9 divine cauldrons, the ancient secret techniques hidden in the patterns of the 9 divine cauldrons, the 9 divine cauldrons barrier, the 9 divine cauldrons guardian, and other secrets of the divine cauldrons, I accidentally read them in the ancient books in the Imperial Library. Yifan nodded. Kuju Junichiro had a unique concealment technique and had lived for nearly 2,000 years, so it wasn't strange for him to know the secrets of the 9 divine cauldrons. Do you know that 3 of the 9 bellkeepers have been killed? Kuju Junichiro asked Yifan. I do, Yifan replied briefly. Then do you know who killed them? Kuju Junichiro asked Yifan. I don't know. Yifan frowned and shook his head. I only know that this person's cultivation is very high, and he's very conceited and ruthless. If I told you that the master who killed the 3 bellkeepers was also a bellkeeper, would you believe me? Kuju Junichiro squinted his red and white eyes and stared at Yifan as he asked in return. W what? Kuju Junichiro's words made Yi Fan's pupils shrink. It was like a bolt from the blue. The expert who killed the 3 bellkeepers was also a bellkeeper. Impossible. Yi Fan's head to be buzzing. Impossible, impossible. Yi Fan shook his head and muttered. He had guessed the identity of the murderer, but he had never thought that the murderer was one of the 9 great bellkeepers. Heavenly Sword Villa's young villa Lord Lin Huaiji, with surging sword energy and lightning-fast swordsmanship, had his throat slit by the killer's own sword. Hell Valley's Lord Nangong Ao, with his yin-yang secret arts, had his primordial spirit crushed by the killer's evil art. Plain Maiden Sword successor, Murong Chua, with her flying flower sword Chi, was invincible in both offense and defense, but the killer shattered her sword and nailed her to death. These 3 bellkeepers were not weak, but the killer gave them a taste of their own medicine. The reason why the 3 of them died so miserably without being able to defend themselves was because the murderer's cultivation was extremely high and his strength was far above the 3 of them. The other reason was because the murderer was acquainted with the 3 of them and even had a close relationship with them. Kuju Junichiro said to Yi Fan, since he attacked his acquaintances, of course he would kill them in one strike. These are all conjectures without any proof. Yi Fan said agitatedly. These are not conjectures, but facts. Kuju Junichiro said to Yi Fan, because Qinshuan saw all of this with her own eyes with her heaven's eye. Yi Fan was shocked again. Impossible! Impossible! Yi Fan took a few steps back and cried out. How could the bellkeepers kill each other? He cannot believe this fact. The night before you rushed to the volcano in the western regions was when the 3 bellkeepers were brutally murdered, Kuju Junichiro said to Yi Fan. At that time, you were still in the East Sea and had not left the warship. Hence, Qinshuan did not keep an eye on you. However, she unintentionally sensed a violent fluctuation of powerful spiritual energy. She immediately scanned the area with her heaven's eye and witnessed with her own eyes the entire process of the murderer murdering the 3 bellkeepers and seizing the 3 bells in their hands. I believe that she saw the entire process, but how could she be sure that the killer was also one of the bellkeepers? Yi Fan asked Kuju Junichiro in a loud voice. Simple. Just like the 3 bellkeepers, the killer was also wearing a bell surrounded by auspicious aura. Kuju Junichiro stared into Yi Fan's eyes and said solemnly, What color was the bell? Yi Fan asked. White bell, Kuju Junichiro replied. The moment he said that, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. The bellkeeper with the white bell is the killer of the 3 bellkeepers, Kuju Junichiro said. You're wrong. The killer is not a bellkeeper. Yi Fan lowered his head and said with a straight gaze. Not a bellkeeper? Why are you so sure? Kuju Junichiro frowned and asked Yi Fan, Because I am the bellkeeper of the white bell. As Yi Fan spoke, he took out the bell that was surrounded by an auspicious aura and was shining with a white light. This time, it was Kuju Junichiro's turn to be shocked. No wonder, no wonder. Kuju Junichiro muttered to himself with his mouth agape. No wonder what? Yi Fan asked Kuju Junichiro. No wonder Qinshuan said that the person's figure was exactly the same as yours. Not only that, he wore a white jade mask and carried a white fox in his arms. Kuju Junichiro raised his head and looked at Yi Fan. Had the exact same figure as me, wearing a white jade mask and hugging a baihu? Hearing Kuju Junichiro's words, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. That's right, Kuju Junichiro said to Yi Fan. I asked Qinshuan what the killer looked like, and she said that the killer was wearing a white jade mask the entire time, so she couldn't see his face at all. However, judging from his figure and appearance, he looked exactly like you. If you weren't on Matsumoto Takayoshi's warship at that time, she would have really thought that you were the killer. It's clear that someone is impersonating me, Yi Fan said with furrowed brows. I knew that the killer was impersonating you, but I didn't expect that the white bell he was wearing was fake as well. Kuju Junichiro frowned. If I hadn't seen the white bell in your hands today, I would have really thought that he was the bell keeper. This person knows me too well. He's using my name to kill the bell keepers everywhere. I have to think of a way to get rid of him to prevent future troubles, Yi Fan said with narrowed eyes. Kuju Junichiro nodded his head. Where did he go after that? Yi Fan asked Kuju Junichiro. If he wanted to kill the impersonator, he had to know where he was. That person's cultivation is extremely high and his movements are as fast as lightning. He comes and goes without a trace. Furthermore, Qinshuan's target was you, so she did not manage to find out where he was, Kuju Junichiro replied. Yi Fan nodded his head slowly. For the murderer to be able to kill the 3 bell keepers who were thousands of miles away in a single night, his movements were naturally as fast as lightning. The matter of tracking down this person had to be carefully planned and planned carefully. The other thing I want to tell you is about your brother in your previous life, Ichio. Kuju Junichiro continued to tell Yi Fan. Right now, be it Matsumoto Takeyoshi or the 10 guards of the 9 demons, they're all looking for him. What are they looking for him for? Yi Fan asked. What else? Kuju Junichiro raised his head and stared into Yi Fan's eyes. To seal you. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Kuju Junichiro had done his homework. He even knew that Yi Chio had the ability to seal him. When you were born, evil energy soared to the heavens, causing an anomaly to descend from the heavens and a blood moon to appear. Kuju Junichiro continued. If it wasn't for Yi Chio casting a spell to seal the evil energy in your body, you would have already become a demon king. That's why they're looking for Yi Chio everywhere to force him to reveal the method to seal you. After sealing you, they'll kill you on the spot. How did you find out about this? Yi Fan asked. He did not understand how they found out about such a secret. When Yi Chio came to visit, one of your servants happened to see him, Kuju Junichiro explained. As long as we find this servant, won't we know everything? You've done your homework to come up with such a plan, Yi Fan said with narrowed eyes. There's no other way. Kuju Junichiro smiled helplessly. You're the reincarnation of Eldritch. In this life, you're destined to be the nemesis of great god Sietion and Matsumoto Takeyoshi. If they don't kill you, they won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Have you found Ichio? Yi Fan asked Kuju Junichiro. No. Kuju Junichiro shook his head. After sealing you, he seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. When you were on the East Sea battleship, Qinshuan had been using her heavens eye to search for him, but to no avail. Perhaps he's already dead. Yi Fan tested Kuju Junichiro. He's not dead. In fact, he's alive and well. Kuju Junichiro smiled at Yi Fan. Great god Sietion once sent you Quan, one of 9 demons who can mobilize the god of the underworld, to investigate the underworld. Ichio is still in the human realm, but he couldn't find him. I finally heard some good news from you. Yi Fan said to Kuju Junichiro. If you find him one day, tell him to be careful and not be discovered by Sietion. Kuju Junichiro reminded Yi Fan. Don't worry, I won't look for him. Yi Fan replied. I'm an unlucky person. Whoever I'm with will be unlucky. Kuju Junichiro was stunned at first before he smiled. I have a question for you. Yi Fan asked Kuju Junichiro. Matsumoto Takeyoshi is immortal. So what if he finds the divine cauldron? Does he have the ability to break the barrier? Without the power of an immortal or a heavenly demon, it would be useless even if he found the divine cauldron. If I'm not wrong, the person who pretended to be you and committed crimes everywhere is one of Matsumoto Takeyoshi's men. Kuju Junichiro replied. He gave the bell to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. This way, Matsumoto Takeyoshi can freely enter and exit the barrier to obtain the divine cauldron. Also, although the person who pretended to be you isn't the real bellkeeper, you can't let her guard down. This applies to the other bellkeepers as well. You have to know that animals like humans change. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.